Sawadee krab, and a very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the second day for TSD 2026, and today you are with us, Captain Pravichaya Olisuksan.
And my name is also Rear Admiral Surasan Kongsari, just in case you didn't know that already. But welcome all of you back here on our third day, in fact, of our Thailand Security Dialogue 2026. I hope that you have had wonderful time here in Thailand, in Bangkok in particular, and of course, a wonderful stay here at this beautiful hotel right in the center of Bangkok itself as well. Anyway, so we have quite a packed full day ahead of us, besides the most enjoyable, thought-provoking day that we just had yesterday. I hope that we really thoroughly enjoyed, and all of you had quite a thoughtful, ideas and what have you yesterday. Anyway, so let's continue on with today's event because, as I said, we have quite a packed day ahead of us. And just a quick look at the program lying ahead of what we can expect to see coming up later today. And once again, welcome. I hope that you have had some good rest and not so many of you went out too late last night. As I can see that some of the seats are still empty, I guess they're still making their way down here to make the effort of being a part of this event. Anyway, yesterday's proceedings were exceptionally insightful with our plenary sessions delving into geopolitical confrontations, evolving regional security dynamics, and of course the urge for more cooperation. The discourse was both rich and thought-provoking, and we are confident that today's sessions will be equally meaningful.
Indeed. For those who have joined us this morning, today's agenda is packed with compelling sessions, I would say that. We'll delve into the fourth plenary session, which will focus on next generation defense industry and sustainable military capability development. This promises to be a crucial discussion featuring esteemed speakers from a variety of international and regional institutions.
And of course, this will be followed by a keynote address by Dr. Benedict Franke, Vice Chairman and the Chief Executive Officer of the Munich Security Conference, or the MSC Germany, who will touch upon the issue from strategic uncertainty to strategic resilience, rethinking to international security in a changing world.
Wow, and following this keynote, we'll feature with the fifth plenary session titled Building Regional and National Resilience in an Era of Uncertainty. This session offers a unique opportunity to hear from the leaders in the field of security. And the dialogue will culminate with a summary session presented by General Sittha Mahasantana, Commanding General of the NDSI, and a closing address by General Phaiboon Warawan Prisha, the Deputy Chief of Defense Forces of the Royal Thai Armed Forces. We are honored to have a special show performance to close this event as well.
Of course, we encourage all of you to participate fully and actively in these sessions, share your perspectives and your thoughts, and seize this opportunity for this invaluable time here for meaningful dialogue and, of course, collaboration. And let us now formally begin the third day of the Thailand Security Dialogue 2026.
So we'll now transition to our first panel session of the day, the fourth plenary session on the next generation defense industry and sustainable military capability development. We are honored to be joined by a distinguished panel of experts.
And of course, I will introduce our speakers one by one before we invite them onto the stage and to start off the session. Of course, the first person that I'd like to introduce to all of you is a very exceptional personality. Air Chief Marshal Manat Wongwat, the President of Industry for National Defense and Security Association. He's a former Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Thai Air Force, Thailand. Air Chief Marshal Manat is a highly distinguished military leader and strategic defense expert with an illustrious career spanning more than 3 decades in the Royal Thai Air Force, encompassing operational command, strategic planning, international defense cooperation, and national security policy. He began his career as a fighter pilot and, of course, with subsequent key appointments in operations and policy making. In 2019, he was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Thai Air Force, where he provided strategic leadership in strengthening the Air Force's operational capabilities and advancing defense cooperation with international partners. He also subsequently served as a member of the Senate of Thailand as well. He also served as defense and air attaché to Germany, Italy, and France, bringing valuable perspectives on international security, defense diplomacy, and strategic cooperation. Chief Marshal Manat currently serves as a board director of THAICOM and president of the Industry for National Defense and Security Association, where he continues to contribute his expertise to the developments of Thailand's defense and security industry.
And next, we have Mr. Toby Simon, founder and president of Synergia Foundation, India. Mr. Toby Simon is the founder and president of the Synergia Foundation and Synergia Group, focusing on the confluence of advanced technology, healthcare, deep tech, and geosecurity. With extensive background in life sciences, he advised the WHO and MSF, establishing affordable drug supply chain that saved over 100 million lives globally. He led pharmaceutical innovations, including patented nanotechnology for drug delivery. Simon holds prominent international advisory roles. For example, he co-chaired the G7-T7 task force, joined the Trilateral Commission as its first Indian member, and served on advisory boards for CNAS, Harvard's Belfer Center, and the Global Commission on Internet Governance. A frequent speaker at global forums like the WTO and MIT. He has authored numerous reports on cybersecurity, technology, and national security.
Our third panelist, unfortunately, he's making his way through the streets of Bangkok at the moment, and he will join us later on. But of course, I would like to introduce him to you right now. Is Mr. Kan Kunhiran, the Managing Director of Thai Seri Metal and Rubber Company Limited. He's already here. He's made it through the Bangkok traffic then. Mr. Kan Kunhiran is the Managing Director of Thai Seri Metal and Rubber Company Limited and Thai Defense Industry Company Limited. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from Thammasat University and a master's degree in electrical engineering from the University of California, Riverside. Since joining Thai Seri in 2011, he has led the company's strategic growth and became managing director in 2021. And his mother is here already. สวัสดีครับคุณนพรัตน์ And with executive leadership training from the Royal Thai Armed Forces, he is committed to advancing the defense industry through innovation, indigenous capability development, and international collaboration.
And to moderate this panel, we are pleased to welcome Commander Ganok Bunnak, Senior Defense Technology Analyst, Defense Technology Institute or DTI, Thailand. Commander Ganok Bunnak is a Senior Defense Technology Analyst at the DTI, Thailand, specializing in defense technology, strategic foresight, and defense industrial policy. A graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy with a master's degree in strategy and security from the University of New South Wales, Australia. He combines operational military experience with expertise in strategic technology analysis and defense capability development. Before joining the DTI, Defense Technology think tank, he served in the Royal Thai Navy in command, operational, and international liaison appointments. He previously served as advisor to the Subcommittee on Defense Industry Regulation under the Committee on Armed Forces, House of Representatives, and currently serves as a committee member on offset policy under the same committee. He has authored numerous academic publications and policy studies on defense industrial development, emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, and space technology, as well as regularly lectures on defense innovation, capability development, and strategic technology.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all our four speakers onto the stage with a big round of applause. ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆให้กับทั้ง4ท่านด้วยครับบนเวทีครับ
And
All right, so we'd like to hand over the microphone now to Commander Ganok Bunnak to continue with this session. Please continue.
Thank you very much for a wonderful introduction for all the panelists and myself. So good morning to you all. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome you back to the day 2 or day 3 of the Thailand Security Dialogue 2026. And we have early session this morning on an exciting topic about the defense industry. And the name of the session is the Next Generation Defense Industry and Sustainable Military Capability Development. So you can see the keyword is the next generation defense industry, and also sustainable is one of the important words on the topic. And I think many of you already realize that defense industry can no longer be viewed simply as a sector that manufactures defense equipment. Today, geopolitical competition, technological disruption, increasingly contested supply chain, and the experience of recent conflicts has demonstrated that the defense industrial capability is closely connected to military readiness, national resilience, technological sovereignty, and ultimately a country's ability to maintain operation readiness over time. So we would like to go deep into details on how we create the sustainable capability to be able to provide the readiness to defense and security. I think before we go into the question, I'm an ex-Navy. So there's a phrase in the naval gunfire that we have to strike first, strike hard, and continue to strike. So I will strike all the panelists, all the distinguished panelists here with one of the hardest questions on this panel discussion. And I will continue to give you the question to share your experience on the topic afterward. I will open the question to all the panelists first, and all of you will have about 2 minutes to answer this question, just the broad idea of your perspective. So the first question will be, over the past decade, geopolitical competition, technological disruption, and supply chain fragmentation have fundamentally changed the way military capability is developed and sustained. So from your perspective, what is the single most important shift governments must make in the way they approach defense industrial development to ensure sustainable military capability over the next decade? I will start off with Mr. Simon first.
Good morning, everyone. Let me first thank Lieutenant General Siddha Mahasandana and the organizers of this amazing conference for welcoming me to this wonderful gathering. Thank you again. Let me just give you a first context of what we are speaking. Is the conflicts have metamorphed. They now have long tails and have no certain outcomes. We don't know who our friend or foe is. Few are permanent, and national interest has now become largely self-interest and at times very transactional. So this is my opening note. Let me just say the defense industry must cease to be viewed primarily as a procurement vector. It must be recognized as a sovereign infrastructure. For decades, defense planning followed a relatively predictable sequence. You identify the threat, formulate the requirement, procure the platform, operate it for 15 to 20 years, and eventually find a way to replace it. That model was possible when technological generations were measured in decades and conflicts often happened once every 7, 8, or 9 years. Today, it has become dangerously inadequate when artificial intelligence, autonomous weapons, electronic warfare, drone software and sensors can evolve and upend the Moore's law to about 12 months or lesser. So this is my initial remark.
So there's a shortened time frame about the threat, and we have to try to overcome the dynamic transition of how we develop our capability. So how about you, Chief Marshal Manat? Do you have any thing to share on this topic?
The first thing is thank you very much for me that let INSA to be speaker here, and we appreciate to join you to the very important event today. I have the slide. Okay, I would show you the slides what I prepared before because I think this is very important to introduce you my association. It is a support to the government. I do the job not only for the association, but I do the job for the country. The strategic capability is based on the tactical capabilities. You have to think about platform. The platform, do you have the capability of the platform and the performance of the platform? And nowadays it's very important that the function of the platform is very important. Because of nowadays we work with a lot with the software and the electronic warfare and some kind of the magnetic wave. That is is a big change for the world for the future. And what is we are thinking about? My opinion is we starting from the threat and the challenge. What everything is new. Every day is something new. Back to the military requirement, the same. It's not a permanently requirement, but you have to change everywhere and every time. The weapon and the capability is not only for the Thailand. This is for the region, and I think this is for the global. We have to think new. And what we are lacking of now in Thailand is about the technology, about the defense technology. We have to build up, to set up the defense technology new for the new world and for the new Thailand. What is the constraint of what we have before? It is about the sovereignty of the utilization. We cannot do ourselves in our parts because of nowadays the weapon is a embedded software inside, and you can remote from everywhere every time. You have your sovereignty on the utility, even the space, air, sea, land, and cyber operation. This now we focus on the Thailand, what we need, where we need for the whole country. As I said, we have land, we have space, we have airspace, and we have the maritime, so we have the sea to do our job. But what the focus for the future is not only the small Thailand, but we will do for the region and the global, what can pass to Thailand through from east to west, from south to north. The main thing is what will be the success factor. It is you have to do the geopolitics and you have to do the geo strategy together. You cannot leave anyone alone, but you have to combine on everything together. This is geopolitics is around 8 components, and the geo strategy is around 5 components. That means you have to do the matrix of these 2 geopolitics and the geo strategy very crucially. That means you, my wish is not only for Thailand, as I said, that I think so. What is effective is when we can do the one defense industrial for one ASEAN. This is the first step that we should go, and the next step we go further for around the region and around the world. I think so. That is our land and our people. We have to do the support for this idea. Okay, I try to do the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Marshal Manat. Chief Marshal already highlight that no country can realistically develop every critical technology or the defense capability independently. So we have to work together and find a way to cooperate and do it collaboratively. And the important thing is that we have to have sovereignty on utilization and also have to have cooperation through geopolitics and also geostrategy. And I will move to Mr. Kan. You have any input on one of the most important things that the government should focus on how to address or how to approach the different industrial development?
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kan Kuhiran. I also a member of INSA, a vice president to Marshal Manat. So allow me to repeat the question one more time. So the question is, what would be the most important changes for the government to make the defense industrial policy be maintained sustainable of military capabilities in the next decade? So I would say the most important to trigger this question is the perspective. How would you see defense industry? Many people may see this as a manufacturer who produce such asset to be used by the armed forces. But to my eyes, I see it as a strategic national asset. Defense industry is only industry that enhance the readiness of the armed forces, strengthen your force, do the logistic support, enhance the political strength. Imagine what the countries that have asset, frigate, fighter jet, tanks, they will not have equivalent strength of the country who make them. The political state will be completely different levels. And this different industry could be economic different too. In general, different industry create more added value than other industry. It could be growth technology and also increase the high opportunity job in your own countries. And also it could be a strengthening in terms of national resilience. So come back to the question one more time. If I put my shoes on the government policy maker, if I see different industry as a product, as one asset, of course, I will just simply take a simple judgment, QCD, quality, cost, delivery time. Good product, low price, delivery fast, I will take it. But if I were looking this as a strategic national asset, I will look to sustainabilities. What will be the economic impact to our countries? And the decision of procuring one asset might be completely changes. And if we look, this is terminology is showing in the short-term basis. Of course, in short-term, local development may not be the most cheapest solution that for investment. It might be not the shortest delivery time because product require research and development. But look in long-term strategy, all that picture will be flipped off. The product that produced in your own country will be well proven. The cost will be relatively acceptable, especially the product produced in ASEAN. We have so much effective levels and technology to produce things in the cost-effective ways. In terms of deliveries, you get the product delivered from your countries. So cut off of all the logistic delivery time from overseas. And again, sustainability and economic impact would be just multiple over the years. So that will be my answers.
Thank you very much, Kun Kan. So we need to take a look into the perspective on the government side, and we need to transform how we think and how we develop the defense capability in order to provide more sustainability and also the economic impact for the future. So we need to think longer than we usually think. And we need to see defense industry as an asset, also as a strategic tool for the national security as a whole. So after we already get the perspective from all three panelists, I will ask you one question at a time, going from person to person. I will start with Mr. Toby Simon first on the first question that I have for you this morning. The question for you will be about India defense industry. India has transformed its defense industrial policy significantly over time through many initiatives, such as Atmanirbhar Bharat, defense industrial corridors, and increased private sector participation. So from your viewpoint, what have been the key policy decisions that enable this transformation, and which lessons are the most relevant to Southeast Asia?
Thank you. Excellent question. First, I must just say that I have a few slides that I will play at the end for about a minute. It would be a summary of what I would have spoken, so it might reinforce the thoughts that are there. Let me answer your question. I would say that the key transformation is from the idea of ownership of platforms to the ownership of capability ecosystems, which is primarily the industrial base, the intellectual property, who owns it, supply chains, scientific capacity, manufacturing depth, and talent that allow a country to remain technologically relevant. In the next generation of defense competition, sovereignty will not be measured simply by what resides or what you have in your inventory. It will be measured on how quickly you can adapt it when the character of conflict changes, as you have seen in all recent conflicts, the speed in which the battle changes. Countries that build capability will retain strategic choices. Those who do not may find themselves negotiating for access to someone else's technology on someone else's timetable for yesterday's battlefield. I was talking to a colleague of yours who mentioned about this particular problem in a recent war that has happened. India's defense industrial transformation over the past decade offers a few cues. A decade ago, we were importing about 65 to 70% of what we used. Now, more than 50% of what we need, we are able to produce internally. This is not an incremental improvement. I would say it represents a structural inversion. And it is not produced by a single reform. It came from a series of deliberate policy decisions that gradually change themselves across the government, the armed forces, and the industry. I would cite 5 reasons quickly. First, India began converting the idea of self-reliance from an aspiration into an institutional process. The positive indigenization list were important because they identified specific equipments and components that the armed forces would progressively cease importing. The significance was not simply that imports were restricted. The significance, however, was that industry received every serious defense ecosystem requires: visibility of the future demand. Industry will invest in capacity, technology, and people when government gives it confidence that a market will exist. Strategic intent without predictable demand rarely produces industrial depth. Second, India began building defense ecosystems rather than isolated factories. I would cite the example of the Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu defense industrial corridors, brought together manufacturers, MSMEs, testing infrastructure, skills, and supporting institutions within defined geographical clusters. Third, India widened the role of the private industry. Historically, defense production was dominated in India by the public sector. Gradually, barriers to private participation was reduced. Foreign investment provisions were liberalized and private firms were given opportunities to compete not merely as component suppliers, but increasingly as system and platform providers. The lesson that is important is strategic industries become stronger when governments create competition within national capability rather than protecting institutions from it. Fourth, India began using technology transfer and industrial participation more liberally. When a country must import major capability, the transaction should ideally leave behind more than the equipment itself. It should deepen local knowledge, manufacturing competence, skills, maintenance capacity, and/or intellectual property. A defense acquisition should therefore be judged not only by the capability it delivers today, but by the capability it helps the country build for tomorrow. Fifth and last, perhaps the most important, India recognized that indigenization without international competitiveness can become another form of dependency. A protected domestic market can create an industry. However, it cannot create a world-class one. Exports impose discipline. They test cost, reliability, quality, and technological relevance against the global market. India's growing emphasis on defense exports is therefore not separate from self-reliance. It is one of the mechanisms through which self-reliance becomes sustainable. So if I were to distill India's experience into one proposition for Southeast Asia, I would just submit the following. Domestic demand can create a defense industry. Global competition is what makes it formidable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon. So we cannot separate ourselves from outside. So we have to still cooperate with other partners. We have to find strategic partners. And for India, you have indigenization. You have many series of policy to enable the development of different industry. And also for India, I think one of the key takeaways that we need the ecosystem to sustain the development and also to enable the capability for the future, also to enable the defense industry to be able to live up to the standard and go beyond the sovereignty, go beyond the border of the country. We have to export it to other countries and also live to the market standard as well. And next question will be for Mr. Khan. So from your viewpoint, Southeast Asian, as a Southeast Asian defense manufacturer, what are the most significant structural barriers preventing indigenous defense companies from becoming globally competitive or regionally competitive and sustainable enterprises? And how should government address this challenge? So it's a follow-on question from Mr. Simon, because he's already stated that we have to be competitive within the country and also be competitive regionally and globally as well.
All right, thank you very much. Allow me to simplify the question. It's quite long. So the question is, what will be the obstacle for us to go up, and what shall government support? The main obstacle in the perspective of different industry, the demand is not here. Because Southeast Asia, we have been living peaceful. When we are peace, demand of different industry is not a lot here. Other thing is the branding. I'm speaking on behalf of Thai companies, of the ASEAN companies. If I were produce rice, produce oranges, I would be able to sell just right one quick. But if but in this shoe, I'm making armor vehicles. I'm selling different articles. To get people to listen, to believe what am I doing, it will take time. I mean, if you look at your eyes here, you also question, what am I doing? So this is something that is not branding for Southeast Asia, Thai people for different industry. But I didn't say that it will not be there, but it will be slowly moving there. But we have to build the branding of the different industry so the product be able to sell. Other barrier is the user, our user, Thai user, ASEAN user, confidence to use local products. I have been joining many tenders in Thailand, in overseas. One of the sad qualification, they are saying that this product has to be utilized to be well proven by original manufacturer countries. With some time, I mean, when we are produce a product, even product is produced in Thailand, it hasn't been utilized by Thai armed forces. It will be really difficult to move forward, to be able to export, to deliver to others. So just summary in short, we are in Southeast Asia. Our opportunity is not enormous. It will be really limited, really selective. In the eye of government, what we are looking for, what we are seeking is, of course, for them to provide us opportunity to be able to play in this game. And also, if they can allow us to have some little advantages in the game, that would be wonderful. So what would be the advantages? In many countries, we see the word of offset program. I think even in India, in Pakistan, Malaysia, Philippines, it's happened everywhere. Some even countries, they even put a bit deeper step, local content. They require in such contract that at least 30-40% have to produce in their own country. So meaning to say that the money amount of the contract maybe only 60-70% can be shipped out of the countries. And other tool that we see in this game is capabilities acquisition. So meaning to say that do not buy the product from price perspective, but you combine all the strength of the product, all the value of the economic impact, and you justify this as the best economically viable for the countries. Speaking of which, allow us to share some a bit of our success story. We produce armor vehicles. Our first project was in 2011, and it was just only 3 vehicles. But we get the support from our, that time was Royal Thai Army. Those invitation was only to the local manufacturer. So we were able to bid with other local and we were able to win. And from there, we start growing up until today. We have been delivered more than 300 vehicles in many places. Malaysia, UN, even some country in South Asia. Other success story, lately, this was in 2024. Royal Thai Navy was required to have armor wheel amphibious vehicles. And this invitation is going to only local companies. And they doesn't require prototype. So we are able to bid in the free game without any disadvantages over the overseas company. We managed to win it, and we deliver 7 vehicles within 10 months. And the price is quite handsome. It was only $2 million per chapter, including communication and weaponized system. And this project is still keep going, and right now we are be able to bid a project overseas with big companies in this field. Okay, that will be my sharings.
All right, thank you very much, Khun Kan. I think that's an alignment. I think there's an alignment on Khun Kan's answer and also Mr. Simon's answer before that we should think of procurement as more than just buying equipment and use that equipment. We need to gain more through procurement. And in order to do that, on the industry side, they have to live up to their credential and also have to make their brand known and also have to make the buyer confident to buy the equipment. On the government side, the government has to be able to, have to be willing to support the industry and also have to create and ensure the market for the startups, for the indigenous defense company within the country, so they have opportunity to be able to continue their business and to grow within the defense industry and to create a more solid defense industry ecosystem. I think that's the aligned understanding we have on this panel. And on that note, I will go to Chief Marshal Manat. So the question for you is on how we gonna transfer from strategy to capability. In many countries, the traditional defense acquisition model is still largely transactional, being a buyer, a government buy equipment and use it. And that's it. We got nothing more, got nothing special. How can Thailand move beyond that traditional procurement relationship toward a deeper partnerships in R&D, in core development, or in any long-term capability sustainment?
Thank you very much. As I said, Thailand just lack of the defense technology and the whole science and technology. We have to set up as soon as possible. About the partnership in the R&D is a big question. This question cannot be now answered because of that we have to start up with another thing first. What I would like to say that is, everything changed. The geo strategy changed. That means the doctrine has to be changed first. If we not change the doctrine, we cannot get any weapon and weapon system in our inventory. That we need urgent. Because of the depends on the budget and the budget program. That have to be soon. This by law, we have to fight for this. And if we have accomplished this, we can get the new weapon inventory. Okay. What is a new doctrine? It is about the military operations. You see, nowadays we are working with the real-time operation. This is just a real-time or a nearly real-time operation. We cannot cancel this idea because of the last war, that conflict to our border here around north or in southern Thailand or in eastern Thailand. That we learn a lot of this. We have to change the doctrine first, and then we change the training, we change the everything that's involved. The main thing is about the real-time industrial. What he said to support the military operation so around the Thailand, especially at the border of the Thailand. What is now the R&D that is support our ideas, and we will get the new weapon and the weapon system to our the Army and Air Force and the Navy. The R&D we have to do between the state agency and the private. It's not only the state agency that can provide us the R&D. The main thing is almost is begin from the private sector, and what is we have to think about it is a capability and performance and function. This is our most important requirement. We have to do as soon as possible. The new world change. The main platform like a fighter, the frigate, and the tank or something like this is always stay behind. It's just on the back line. But in the front, we are facing the new weapon. That means drone play a big role in the front line. The last conflict, we know that what we need. We need so the drone, and the drone is always divided into three parts. The first part is the UAV. We need HAL, we need MAIL, and we need the tactical drone. And the second is we should have the USV for the surface and the submarine. And the last one is around the UGV. That is some robot that we have to put it along the border, such as 800 kilometers long the border. This is the need. It is the new scenario for the hybrid warfare on the drone battlefield. This is a picture that we have to make understand for the Thai people and the Thai soldier. But is the new battlefield is not the same as before. We have to understand, and then we have to provide our capability to support this change. And as I said, the drone carry the weapon. So for the nearly to the border or the longer, also up to 100 kilometers long from the border or the far away, such as 500 kilometers from the border. And the last experience that we have not so much. We have the longer range or weapon and carry from the drone very high altitude to support our the defense capabilities. One thing is a big problem is it's about the cheap software and board and the waveform that we cannot operate at the border because of the jamming and some magnetic wave warfare at the border. That means in the future we have to do and we have to have our chip software board and the waveform our own. That is come from the R&D almost. We cannot depends on another country or friends. At the wartime, we cannot get anything from any country. In the peacetime, we get everything from the country, but we cannot use because of this very expire and obsolete very, very quickly. And what is the scenario of the combat in the future or nowadays? It is about the time. The combat reaction time is very short. You cannot wait. You have to use the AI. Because as my time as I was a young pilot, I have to do the mission planning is around 1 day before I go to do our mission OCA or the DCA. It take one day minimum. But nowadays you cannot do like that. You have to just only a few hours, 1 or 2 hours. If you can do the real-time operation, this is the best thing that we are facing now for the very the hybrid warfare. And the OODA loop is not come from the man like before. The OODA loop it come from the AI that you have to have the big data and you have the cloud and the data center on yourself. You cannot depend on you cannot put the data center or cloud outside the country. That is very important. The last experience is about backdoor. We have the backdoor here in the almost in the all weapon that we import from anywhere. That is a pain point. It is very big lesson learned from Thai. What we cannot let it be like this anymore. We have to know where is the backdoor come from and where are we going out. That means at the end we have to use our chip, board, and software ourselves. We have nowadays we have drone around 2,000 K so in Thailand, but we cannot control the backdoor. We cannot control the information that come through Thailand to another country. That is the in the military is the same. Even in the economy scale or in the military scale, we cannot let that like before. And the best thing, what we have to talk with the government and to the high-ranking officer is about the team. We have to set up the new team for the defense and security. We have to talk together. We have to test it in Thailand, and we have to training the people. That is the complete that we have to do as soon as possible. The man is the main factor. The commander, the warrior, the researcher, and engineer, we have to work close together. We cannot let the company do manufacture the airplane or do the weapon, but we have to talk really. We work so close in the front line. This is important. And we have to do the exactly requirement. What is about its capability, its performance, and its function. I confirm this. This is the most thing that we have to do soon. And the cutting edge, how we can do the more advanced technology and more advanced the system. That is come from the R&D almost. Starting, sometimes we can do with the purchase and development or offset. But the bad thing is you have to do all yourself. It's not depend on your resilient policy. That is what we have to do that. And the procurement, as I said before, from the doctrine to the procurement, you have the very exactly table on organization and equipment table. There. This is connect direct to the budget, and from the budget to the industry. That is the system. It's a new ecology system that we have to provide for Thailand. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Air Chief Marshal. I think Air Chief Marshal Manat highlight that national resilience is important, and we need to identify which capability or critical capability that the nation needs, and also I think we touch base on strategic autonomy as well, on how we decide like which critical capability need nationally and which capability we can partner with other nations or any other countries that have capabilities that the nation needs. And we will get back to that afterward. And I'd like to divert the question to Mr. Simon first. India. I think India can be one of the models that we use for Southeast Asia. So India has increasingly integrated startups, private industry, academia, and the armed forces into defense innovation ecosystem. Which elements of this ecosystem have been the most successful, and what should other countries prioritize when building their own defense innovation ecosystem?
Thank you again. This discussion, I feel, has two parts. One is about the institutional architecture, and the second is about something I feel is more important, is relationships and incentives. Because the innovation ecosystem is not an organizational chart. It's a system that repeatedly converts ideas into capability statements. One of the most consequential developments in India's defense innovation has been a program called the IDEX, which some of you may have heard, the Innovation for Defense Excellence Initiative. Instead of beginning every problem with a lengthy specification and a multi-year process, define the military problem clearly, invite startups, MSMEs, and innovators to solve it, provide relatively rapid funding, and place prototypes in the hands of actual users as early as possible. That changes the innovation cycle fundamentally. Rather than asking industry to predict what the military may eventually procure, the military presents a real operational problem, and innovators compete to solve it. There are three elements as we look at it. One, first, the end user has to enter the innovation process or cycle very early. There is an enormous difference between developing a defense technology in isolation and developing it alongside the officer and soldier who ultimately use it. Let me expand. We have had many engineering top institutes in India, very clever people, trying to develop defense innovations. But they have no combat experience. So they end up developing an engineering product, which then they try to align it with combat. That becomes very difficult. Instead, if the combat person is sitting with the engineering person, and I think today an extra element is needed, is somebody who can work on global futures. You need a futurist, because you do not want in the whole cycle to develop a kinetic for the last war. So normally the cycle to develop something is 3 to 4 years, and you see, as I said in the beginning, this current conflicts have upended the Moore's law significantly. Early operational exposure shortens the feedback loop. It identifies failures faster. It forces engineers to confront realities that specifications often miss: terrain, endurance, interoperability, maintainability, and even human behavior. In other words, the armed forces must become more than the final customer. They must become co-developers of this capability. Second, governments must learn to tolerate intelligent failure. So we call it fail smart, but fail quickly. This is culturally difficult for defense institutions. They're used to success. Military systems are designed quite correctly around reliability and risk control. Innovation operates differently. Not every experiment should become a program of record. Not every prototype should succeed. If every project succeeds, there is reasonable possibility that the institution is not experimenting boldly enough. The objective is not to eliminate failures. It is to make sure that people fail early, and it is as inexpensive and informative, while on the other side identifying successful technologies to quickly and make sure they are scaled up. That requires a portfolio mindset. Finally, academia must be connected to operational problems, not merely to a partnership. Now, we can keep signing memorandum of associations between different stakeholders in the innovation system. Universities become strategically important when research laboratories are connected to defined defense problems, real funding, industry partners, and pathways towards development. I personally feel most people who get into this business as startups must have some background in thinking about battles and conflicts. Probably a short exposure to the field will help them to start thinking how a soldier has to fight. He will not know how to fight, but at least he starts thinking. That is the difference between producing knowledge and producing capability. So if I were humble enough to advise a country beginning this journey, I would resist temptation to design the entire ecosystem from top to down. Start with limited number of strategically important problems. Bring the armed forces, scientists, startups, industry, and futurists around these problems. Fund experimentation quickly. Give innovators access to end users. Let them talk to each other right from the beginning. Allow unsuccessful approaches to fail. I mean, they should not be criticized. The best time that a young mind works to do innovation, I think, would be between 16 and 25, after which nobody wants to fail. They would look for a payback to pay for their cost of living, family, etc. So the best time for them to think freely is between 18 or even 17 to around 25. And when something works, create an institutional mechanism to scale rapidly. One of the things that I heard yesterday from somebody in this group was that when companies or people succeed in things, they don't document it. And that's one of the historical failures we have had in India too. Nobody documents it. Whereas if you compare with what happens in the West, they document everything they do. And that's why an MIT or a Harvard or Oxford or a Cambridge has huge libraries. We have huge knowledge here, residual, but we don't document it, which means we keep failing on the same thing again and again. So I would just say, finally, that innovation ecosystems cannot be decreed into existence. They have to be engineered around trust, incentives, and repeated collaboration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon. I think Mr. Simon already highlighted the important perspective on how we view the R&D process, on how we build the relationship between the developer and also the operators within the field that can provide insight, information, or the feedback on how they operate, and then can feed the data back to the developer to try to solve the problem for them. And the relationship and incentive are very important for going forward on this. And failure is it's just part of the process. We need to be able to admit that we cannot succeed all the time. Failure is just one of the things that we need to overcome from time to time, and we need to record it. We need to admit it that there's a failure along the way, and we need to learn from it as well. I think that's the most important thing. And speaking of the relationship and incentive, I will ask Mr. Gan a question on this as well. So industry requires both incentives and predictability if it is expected to invest in advanced technology. How can governments establish procurement and industrial policy that provide industry with predictable demand, encourage long-term investment in research and development, and enable defense companies to compete internationally rather than relying primarily on domestic military procurement?
Okay, to answer to the question, let me simplify the question one more time. How do we fill the gap between the strategic requirement and the different industry capabilities? So the answer of the things to refine those gaps is the research and development. For us to take the requirement, to put it in to be a product, to be a asset, to be a tool for the forces to working out easier. But in the development, it takes time. If you look at today, the technology is going fast. AI, computerization, supercomputers. We are really familiarized to two modes of operation between different industry and the user. First is buy and sell, very simple. If you look at the one of the very top graph, hold on, still up. Never mind. Normally we are learning from working with the user to get user requirement, and then to get to the budget approval, maybe take 2nd years. On the 3rd year, maybe on the procurement stage. And then we go for contracting. That take another years, become 4th years, and 5th years we can deliver such product to end user. We also familiarize with some other process we call research and development funded by government. So on the buy and sell, it took 5 years. When we do the research and development, we need to do the same thing just to get the prototype done. So 5 by 5 is become 10 years. Imagine if the product that we want to, the user want to get today, and you will get it 10 years after. The first data on your hand is outdated already. It will become useless. Therefore, we see some other areas, they have a hybrid program. So in order to do on the prototyping, we start shipping from working together, cooperate on the white paper, cooperate between the industry and the user, and jump to pre-production. It don't need to be many, short numbers. Instead of making 1, making 10, for example. And this will be surpassing all the delay time that created by research of development. Of course, the challenging will not be risk management will not be huge because it will be a fraction of the money that you're spending on the whole program. That would be my answer.
Right, thank you very much. And we heard about how we transform strategy to capability, and now we will just touch base on how we're going to build next generation defense industry that is sustainable. I will direct this question to Mr. Simon on India first. India has pursued strategic autonomy while remaining deeply engaged in international defense cooperation. How can countries, particularly those in Southeast Asia, strengthen their domestic defense industry without isolating themselves from global innovation and trusted international partners?
If you will allow me, I'll take a minute to just mention a background of why I can speak. I have a background, as you have seen, in life sciences. We built India's first US FDA-approved injection and ophthalmic facility. I then went on to do an innovation in developing an intranasal platform for taking drugs from nose to brain. The greatest lesson was I failed for 14 years. And at the end of 14 years, we have been able to patent these platforms in US, Europe, Japan, first Indian entity to do. The same process I have used in defense technologies. Since 2010, we have developed India's first open source intelligence tool. We went into developing cyber tools, quantum warfare tools, AI tools, now drones and counter drones. And this we do for the military. We have become the strategic thinkers for the military on future war. So this is the credibility that I will humbly state why I sit here and I'm able to speak. Now let me answer the question. The question can be paraphrased on how countries can strengthen domestic industry without isolating themselves from global innovation. I would put it more sharper. No country in this room can afford to strengthen domestic industry by isolating itself. Self-reliance built through isolation isn't resilience, it is just delayed vulnerability with a better branding. India's own experience is instructive precisely because we have made both the mistakes but have been fortunate to partly correct them. We know that strategic autonomy looks like when it is done well, and we know what it costs when it drifts into autarky. So what does it change? What should change looking forward? I would feel that there are 3 strategic shifts that we would look at. One is narrow the sovereign core. Governments must stop trying to be self-reliant in everything and get ruthlessly disciplined about what actually belongs on the sovereign list. Munitions, command and control, cyber, secure communication, key sensors, and maritime domains. Pick the 2, 3, and 4 or 5 capabilities where dependency would be unacceptable strategic risk, and commit real capital and decades of political will to those alone. Everything outside the list should be built through partnerships, not duplicated at home. Capital, talent, and time are finite. Spreading them evenly across every capability is not a strategy, it is the absence of one. Second, move from vendor relationships to co-development. I'm sure you're very familiar with this idea. The nature of international partnerships itself has to change. The old model of buying a platform, waiting years for delivery, receiving technology that is already outdated on arrival is finished. It was never resilience. It was dependency with a longer lead time. The next generation model should ideally be co-development, sitting at the design table with the trusted partners from day one, building joint production lines, embedding technology transfers into every major deal, not a courtesy clause, but as the core objective of this exercise. India's own defense industrial growth over the past decade has learned precisely on this indigenous capability in the domains that matter most to us. Paired with genuine co-development, the areas where shared innovation moves faster than solo effort ever could. For Southeast Asia, this means the ASEAN Defense Ministers meeting framework and bilateral technology transfer agreements should not be judged by not by how many platforms they deliver, but by how much domestic engineering capacity they leave behind. Finally, build for the adaptability, not just capacity. This is the part I'd ask every government here and everywhere to take seriously. Resilience in the coming decades will be measured less by what you can stockpile and more by how fast you can reconfigure, retro-engineer, and refit. Modular software systems, domestic industry structured around iteration cycles are measured normally in months, and procurement cycles should be as quick as possible. A private sector treated as a genuine partner in requirement setting and not is treated as a vendor waiting for a specification. The countries that get this right by 2035 will not be the ones with the largest inventories. They will be the ones whose industrial base can absorb a shock, a shortage, or a sudden shift in threat picture, and to keep building anyway. So my answer to the question is this: the path forward for Southeast Asia is not a choice between sovereignty and partnership. It is sovereignty through the right partnerships applied to a deliberately narrow, ruthlessly defended core. Openness chosen intelligently was never the risk. Indecision about what you truly need to own, and that is the risk. The defense industries that thrive by 2040 won't be the most self-sufficient. They will be the most strategically independent by design, not by accident.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon. You have highlighted one of the very important things that we need to have strategic autonomy through partnership and selective partnership as well. We have to narrow down what capability that we need for sovereignty and which capability that we can do it through partnership. And we have to carefully select partnership that can enable the domestic capability. And we need to realize our own indigenous capability as well, like which technologies we can absorb through partnership to be able to escalate the defense industrial ecosystem. And that will lead to my last question for the panelists, especially for Air Chief Marshal Manat and also Mr. Gan, because Mr. Simon already talked about strategic autonomy. If you have one recommendation for the Thai defense industry, what would it be in order to address or to move the Thai defense industry forward over the next decade?
So the big thing is the culture. The old culture is always we are buyer. We as a big country that buy everything from around the world. We have to change. The culture transformation is very important for us, for everybody, or for our friends. We have to ask ourselves whether we do make or buy. In the past, we do buying, and now what is making is not easy. It's difficult. We have to do, but we have, as I said, we have to set up the defense technology in our country with friends. I said, the new concept is about the made to order, because of the conflict is not the same. Day by day, year by year, it changes every time. That made by to order. The military order, the industry, support that idea and that the innovation. I have to change our Thai idea. In the past, we do the MIT. MIT, this means made in Thailand, and I may not appreciate that because of they use almost the wisdom from outside the country. But we are going to do the Thai made. The Thai made, that means we use the wisdom, Thai wisdom, to provide our the innovation for the country, such as the military or the commercial. The procurement that we can set up soon to get the knowledge and know-how to make our wisdom self is the purchase and development plus offset. It's not only offset. The offset not answer. I did before with Gripen or the year around 2010. I purchased a lot of the a big fleet of the Gripen to Thailand, but we have to reconsider what we get from that project. We got from that project. The new method is more to do more. The purchase and development is coming with along with the research and development to support the idea that have to be the Thai made in Thailand once. The platform and the avionics and the propellant, the engine, or the system you can buy from anywhere. But how to get assembling or the integration here in your country, this is really that support to be the made to order. The last sale to the Oman, that Oman need not only from the brochure. The brochure cannot support the sale or the export. But you have to provide made to order to the Oman. And I think so Thailand the same. If we work with some country, we have to do the same made to order for Thailand. This is strategic technology. We be done here. And strategical weapon have to provide here in the country. It's not the same. Thailand is not like Oman. Thailand is not like the United States, not like in the Ukraine or not in the Iran. It's not the same. You have your own idea. You have to own capabilities. You have to do yourself. That is very important. What is a strategical technology? On the left side, as I said before, the space-centric nowadays is very important. From the space, you can find everything that you want. You have to do. You can also observe every movement of any weapon or any kind of the electronic warfare or everything that pass through around the country. The network centric have to support and to upgrade. What means that everything on the left side, from the C6, 8, I-Star and AI until to the AI shooter, that you need, and you have to make yourself come from the CND is not support. I don't think so that it can support on the right time, but the purchase and the with offset plus offset can do, and the rest you have to do yourself. That means also research and development to support. The budget will come. The physical budget provide year every year. That not only 1 year. That is many years until Thailand stay on the earth, on the world. They have the role in the world. This is made to order. That is a new idea. What is the purchase and development plus offset? I should show the purchase and development is a strongly definition that you have to have the local content more than 40% in Thailand, and then you set up with the innovation that is country of origin Thailand, and take transfer level 1 to 9. You have to plan for the recipient to continue and to do the new initiative for the new era of the weapon and the strategic capabilities. The ownership is very important. As I said, you have the sovereign for your utilization on your weapon that you have in the hand. Nevertheless, the joint venture is have to do. We seeking the friends around the world to do the same idea, made to order and Thai made and made in Thailand. That is the most thing that I would like to tell you about the idea how you can stay and survive in the very uncertainty of the world for this decade.
Thank you very much, Chief Marshal. I think we have limited time frame right now. I would like to open the floor for questions, for a couple of questions that are related to our panelists. If anyone have any question, please raise your hand and the microphone will be going to you. And once you going to ask a question, please state your name and also your organization and the panelists that you would like to direct the question to. Anyone would like to ask the question, please feel free to do it. Yes, the lady in the back, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your discussion. I'm Dr. Daishin from NDC Future Leader Programs. So I have one question about research and development. So you know that Thailand have a limited budget for R&D, about 1% of GDP compared to the developed country in the world. So how can Thailand shift the budget to invest more in R&D, in like technology innovation and military defense? Thank you. I may think that maybe government side and private. Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to develop this question to Chief Marshal Manat, who has experience on the budgeting side and also the strategic procurement from being a former Commander in Chief of the Royal Thai Air Force. So, Chief Marshal Manat, please.
Today we have just only the budget around 1% of the GDP for the research and development. It's not enough. We need more. We need up to 2 or 2.5% of GDP for support this idea. As I said before, we are lacking of the defense technology or on science and technology. We have come to put this budget into the university to the new generation, Gen X, Gen Z, or Gen Alpha, or Gen Bravo. If for in the future, you have to start up from the kids. It's not a start up from the someone else that's very old person, and you have to integrate all every ideas to the what happened in Thailand. What is our future? What is our national strategy? You look in the national strategy for 20 years from 2000 the year 2560 to 2580s. That's it in the detail. You have to put and you make a detail around the planning and the program of the Thailand year by year. So very long time. It's already 10 years past, and we have the next 10 years ahead. Then 10 years ahead, we have to get together. We have to think together to convince the government to support the budget, not 1%, but to minimum 2.5 the best.
So we need to work together. And I'm sorry, we don't have enough time to answer any more questions. So I need to conclude this session now. So if anyone like to ask any further question, I think the panelists will be here this morning. So please feel free to come to us and ask any question that you like. We are willing to answer all the questions. And I think this will conclude session 4, a panel discussion, and I will turn the stage back to the MC. Thank you very much. And thank you all the panelists for sharing your experience.
So thank you very much to all our panelists and, of course, to our moderator as well. And we would like to take this opportunity to invite, of course, the host of the event, the representative, to present some tokens of appreciation to all our speakers and moderator. And maybe invite General Sittha Mahasantana, the Commanding General of the National Defense Studies Institute, to represent the Royal Thai Armed Forces in presenting the gifts to all our speakers here. ในช่วงนี้นะครับจะขออนุญาตเรียนท่านผู้บัญชาการสถาบันวิชาการป้องกันประเทศนะครับพลเอกสิทธามหาสันทนะเป็นผู้มอบของที่ระลึกให้กับแขกของเราในแต่ละท่านนะครับ First of course Air Chief Marshal มานัทองค์วาดครับ A big round of applause please. All right. So Mr. Tony Simon from India. Great speech indeed. Thank you very much for our speaker here. And next, Mr. Gan Kunhiran, please. And our great moderator, Commander Kanok Budnak. Thank you so much, and of course, can we get all of you together for a group picture, please? ในช่วงนี้ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญทุกท่านนะครับมาถ่ายภาพร่วมกันครับ Great pictures. All right, thank you so much, and another big round of applause once again to the first session of the day. Wow, what an intense and, of course, very thought-provoking ideas and concepts introduced to all of you. And I believe that you all need to have a short coffee break, and we would like all of you to be back here by 10 o'clock for the next session. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention and some of the questions asked by the audience here. So now the coffee break is served outside of this hall. Please enjoy and come back here by 10 o'clock.
ค่ะช่วงต่อไปนะคะก็จะเป็นช่วงการพักผ่อนตามอัธยาศัยนะคะสามารถรับประทานเบรกได้ข้างนอกนะคะแล้วก็ขอให้กลับมาพร้อมในห้องนี้ภายในเวลา 10 นาฬิกานะคะเพื่อรับฟังในช่วงที่ 5 ค่ะซึ่งก็จะเป็น keynote address นะคะจากทางมิวนิกเยอรมนีซึ่งก็น่าสนใจเป็นอย่างยิ่งนะคะก็เชิญพักผ่อนตามอัธยาศัยได้เลยค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ thank you very much
Thank you. See you later.
Welcome back once again, and to continue our program, we have the great honor of welcoming a highly respected figure in the fields of international security. His name is Dr. Benedict Franke, Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Munich Security Conference, Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Benedict Franke, who will now deliver a keynote address for today on From Strategic Uncertainty to Strategic Resilience, Rethinking to International Security in a Changing World. A big hand, please, ladies and gentlemen, to our speaker.
Good morning, everyone. That's very dramatic music here. I am honored to be here. Thank you for having me. I must admit, I love speaking at security conferences. I don't have to organize myself. And that is one of the reasons why I'm here today. Another reason is that we've been trying quite unsuccessfully to bring more people, more decision makers from Thailand to Munich. And I hope that after my speech and after the time here in Bangkok, some of you will decide to join us at our events around the world and particularly at our event in Munich. I was actually quite surprised when I was told that I would be speaking for 30 minutes. In Munich, no one gets to speak for 30 minutes. Not the Chancellor, not the presidents, not the prime ministers, not the kings. Everyone gets 12 and a half minutes. So what I've agreed with the master of ceremony here is that I will speak for 12 and a half, 13, 14 minutes, and then open the floor to questions. I'm really good at asking myself my own questions. So if you don't have any questions, I will just answer my own questions at the end. Before I start, let me do something that one probably shouldn't do in a speech. Let me give my central argument away at the very beginning. My central argument, the conclusion of the speech, is very simple. It is that those people who claim that because the world is growing more uncertain every day, we do not know what to do, that those people are deeply misguided, that they are missing the obvious truth, that exactly because this world is becoming more uncertain every day, we know exactly what to do. And this is the reason why our work at the Munich Security Conference currently focuses on moving from comfort and traditional policies to policies focusing on resilience and doubling down on so-called no-regret strategies. You may ask, the military folk among you know this, but you may ask, what's a no-regret strategy? A no-regret strategy is a strategy that is always right, no matter what President Putin does, what President Trump does, what President Xi does, what your own political leadership do. And before I get to this idea of no-regret strategies, let me share a few thoughts about this idea of strategic uncertainty with you. Many in Europe, in my part of the world, thought that the current uncertainty is a passing phenomenon, that the world will go back to normal once the current US administration leaves office, once President Trump is gone, that global order would return to the order that we've grown used to and that we in Europe actually really liked once the current wars are over. We all know by now that that was a misguided assumption. At this year's Munich Security Conference, people didn't agree on much, but they agreed on one thing. They agreed that the world order that we liked is not going to come back, that there is no return to the status quo ante, that something new will come. There were in essence three camps in Munich. There was the camp of Chancellor Merz, our Chancellor, who said the world order is kaput, it's broken, it's absolutely demolished. There was the camp of representatives from the global south that said no, Mr. Chancellor. This world order is still not broken enough. It's not kaput enough. It's still unfair to the global south. It's still tilted against us. It's still full of double standards. We need to get rid of the last rest of it. And then the third camp in Munich was the camp represented by the MAGA Republicans in the current US administration that come to Munich every year. They said, you're getting this all wrong, dear Westerners, dear Europe. The world order is actually just getting fixed. Look at NATO having become much stronger as a result of what President Trump has done. Look at the UN finally coming to grips with its own inefficiencies as a result of the pressure that President Trump has put on it. So these three camps didn't agree on anything, but they did agree on the fact that the old order is dead. And we've been there before. You know, we've maybe forgotten this, but we've seen over the centuries many instances where one order has replaced another. And there is my favorite quote. If you only keep one thing in mind of this speech, it is the quote by an Italian called Gramsci, who said, in 1927, the old order is not yet dead. The new order has not yet been born. Now is the time for monsters. And monsters, we have quite a lot these days. And our argument in Munich is that in order to deal with the monsters, you need to turn to these so-called no-regret strategies. And let me go through 5 of them very quickly. The first one is a very simple one. It is get your own house in order. That sounds so simple, but you all know it isn't. It goes back to an idea of a German-Austrian philosopher called Schumpeter, who says that you need to let things die that are destined to die, meaning industries that are no longer competitive, political structures that are no longer effective, global governance mechanisms that do no longer work for the people. We in Germany, we've made many mistakes in the past decades. One particular big one was that we've relied too much on one industry. I'm sure you all love German cars, but they're not having a fantastic time these days. Competition from China and the US has grown. Worker and labor costs in Germany are too high. Energy costs are too high. And still, for years, having seen this coming, we didn't do what we should have done. We didn't turn to new industries. We relied too long on old horses to ride. And that is something that I've heard isn't all that unfamiliar in Thailand. That also has a lot of, legacy industries that have been kept alive for many years. We in Germany are now beginning to think differently. We're beginning to look into new directions, and we're beginning to let things die that are destined to die. That is a painful, that is a hard process, but it is a clear no-regret strategy, and it will lead to greater resilience down the road. There is another mistake that we in Germany have done over and over again. We didn't bother about the dependencies and the cluster risks that we entered as long as everything was okay. Over the last decades, we've become totally dependent on the Chinese market. We've become totally dependent on Russian energy. We've become totally dependent on American technology and military protection, and so on and on. And we never, ever really thought this through. We never, ever came up with a national strategy how to identify and to reduce cluster risks and dependencies. And I am thrilled, to be perfectly honest, that the wind is changing in Germany. We've given ourselves a National Security Council for the first time in 80 years. We've given ourselves a national security strategy for the first time since the foundation of the Federal Republic. And these two things, both the council and the strategy, they don't really deal with things like Russia or China or Austria. They deal with things like copper and aluminum and energy prices and dependencies. And so the second no-regret strategy that we keep pushing at the Munich Security Conference is this idea of recognize your dependencies and come up with a long-term plan to reduce them. And that doesn't just mean energy and critical minerals and all these sexy buzzwords that all of us know. You have to go a lot deeper. And let me share with you an example from the United States. There is a small security gathering in the States of all the three-letter agencies, and you know many of them. And the one purpose of this meeting is once a year, the heads of these agencies, authorities, departments of government is to explain in 3 minutes what they have done to make the United States safer over the last year. I was one of very few foreigners that was invited to attend one of these meetings, and I was amazed by what all these US government agencies were doing to identify dependencies and to reduce them strategically. And let me give you a particularly striking example. You all know ship-to-shore cranes, the big cranes at every harbor terminal that move containers from a ship to the harbor. So the Americans counted how many of these cranes they had, 3,800 and something. They then figured out where these cranes were built. All 3,800 of them were built in China, by China, and were running on Chinese software. The Americans thought that that may be a bottleneck. In the case of a war, or conflict, or a dispute even, could they exclude the possibility that these cranes miraculously stopped working? No, they could not. And so they decided to replace all 3,800 and something ship-to-shore cranes. They built a plant in Japan, they built a plant in Washington State, and they are doing that. Do you think that we in Germany know how many cranes we have? No. Do we have any idea how many of these cranes were built in China or were potentially, infested with malign software? No, we don't. And getting that right, making sure that we know which choke points we have and who we are dependent on is a key no-regret strategy. Germany is facing a couple of elections in the next couple of weeks, and that brings me to my third no-regret strategy. Again, it sounds simple, but it is not. Take your population along. You need to make sure that whatever resilience strategies you follow, whatever military preparedness exercises you run, whatever contingency and continuity planning you're doing, if you do not take your population along, you will open the Pandora's box. You will open the gates of hell, and you will make it easy for parties of the far right and the far left, populist parties, to abuse this lack of information, to take populations away from you. A country that is doing this particularly well is the country of Sweden. I spoke there at a conference a week ago, and the entire conference sort of revolved around the question how the current Swedish government has managed to inform the population so well and so continuously and so frequently that they got 98% approval on most of these decisions, be they support to Ukraine, 98%. Creation of a psychological defense agency, 98%. Reintroduction of conscription, 85%. Joining NATO together with Finland, over 80%. That isn't all due to the Russian threat or the changing world order or strategic uncertainty. This is down to a government putting in the hard work to not ignore its own population and take them along. Speaking of partnership with population, the fourth no-regret strategy is to invest in partnerships. This idea that resilience means protectionism, that resilience means, keeping to yourself and cutting ties, That's wrong. It's the exact opposite that is true. And those of you that were at the dinner last night probably heard your former foreign minister talk about exactly this topic, that resilience actually means spreading your bets more widely, putting more eggs in more baskets, and not protecting your industries, not reducing your partnerships, but doing the exact opposite. And so there are 204 countries in this world today. It keeps changing, as we all know, but today there are 204. How many of those do you have official relations with? How many of those do you have partnerships with? How many of those do you have friendships with? I don't know that answer, but I know it's not enough. And the same is true in Germany, the same is true in most European countries, the same is true in the Western liberal world. We aren't reaching out enough. We've become dependent on a few alliances, a few partnerships, a few friendships. And in a world that is so uncertain as the one is today, you need more of everything. More partnerships, more friendships, more alliances. And that may mean very difficult compromises. Not all countries share your values and share your political priorities and share your view of the world. But we need to depoliticize many of these partnerships to get stuff going. And that is something that Germany is getting better at. The fifth no-regret strategy, and my personal favorite, is one that again sounds simple, but it isn't. It is to help rebuild global multilateralism and revitalize global governance. I remain convinced that Donald Trump actually has a point when he criticizes parts of the UN. This wonderful organization was built in the late 40s of the last century to solve the problems of the late 20s of the last century. It is no longer fit for purpose. It hasn't reformed. This wonderful institution, this great idea of global multilateralism, is no longer delivering real benefits for most people on this planet, and hence it will have to change. However, it will certainly change to the worse if those countries that share basic values, a basic support for human rights, a basic idea of fairness, and a basic wish to see its own populations prosper, do not cooperate. And I believe that countries like my own, Germany, and yours, Thailand, are natural allies in this fight to revitalize global multilateralism. Investing in the future of the UN, investing in new international organizations that actually deal with today's and tomorrow's problems makes sense. Where is the international organization dealing with artificial intelligence? There is none. It is arguably one of the biggest challenges and opportunities that we as humanity face together. And we don't have an organization that, provides the framework or the guardrails or the way forward. We leave it to a few national governments to, be AI champions or AI skeptics. And there are many other topics like that where we need international cooperation, where we need new international organizations, and where we need better and more intensive cooperation between our countries. As the Munich Security Conference, we will always be there to have these kinds of debates. We will reach out to every single one of you and try to get you to Munich, to get you to our events, and have these discussions to make sure that as countries, we all become more resilient and understand that that means cooperating more closely, more frequently, and more intensively. Many thanks for your attention, and that was exactly 15 and a half minutes. I've spoken longer than everyone does at Munich, and now I hope I've been provocative enough to get a few questions. Otherwise, I answer my own. Thank you.
Thank you. So we open up the floor now for any questions that members of the audience may have. So.
Oh, and there's the dramatic music again.
If you have any question, you can raise your hand and our staff will lead the microphone to you.
Yes, sir.
Toby, how very good to see you.
Hi, Benedict. It was an excellent talk by you. Entirely a different perspective for us. Just every time we think about, we know something, we suddenly realize we don't know many other things. Given what is going in Europe, would you have thought about this as a strategy or something that you would advise people 5 years back? Okay, that's my question. So this is Ukraine. And a few years before, when I was at your conference in 2014-15, the Russians were there. So many things were said then. I'm sure you remember them. And then would you think that this was an advice you would have given to a similar audience playing back a few years ago?
Yeah, good to see you, Toby, and thanks for the question. Thanks for breaking the ice. One is always smarter after the fact. So now it's super easy to look back and say what we should have done differently. But a few things come to mind. So President Putin gave his most famous speech in Munich in 2007. And we did not take him or that speech seriously enough. And I keep wondering if we are making the same mistake again. We are not taking certain people seriously enough. We are pushing people into a corner. I don't think that any of what we haven't done justifies the attack on Ukraine. I don't think anything that we've done justifies the massacre in Bucha and the atrocities that we see every day. But I do believe that as Europe, we've certainly made mistakes on our relationship with Russia. And I believe, and now I'm looking at you as an Asian audience, I think you could have pushed us harder into the right direction. I wish that ever so often we would, acknowledge each other's mistakes and do a better job at trying to correct them. We have certainly, as Europeans, as Germans, done a terrible job at persuading you that the war of Russia against Ukraine is something that you should care about. We've done a bad job. You are not convinced. You are of the opinion, and I can see why, that continuing relations with Russia is in your national interest, is in India's national interest, is in this region's national interest, and that bamboo diplomacy, this idea of being friends with everyone, is a clever strategy in times like these. I think no one can blame you for thinking that. We have made a bad job out of trying to convince you of our arguments. We should have been here all the time with delegations trying to tell you why we believe that what Russia is doing isn't just a problem for Ukraine and its neighboring states, but also a massive problem for you. So we failed on this, and I wish, we could turn back the time and try again. So that is my long-winded answer to your short question. I see that I've sparked another question right behind you, Toby.
Right. I believe I have a hand here from Dr. Thitinan here from Chulalongkorn University.
If there's another hand, I'd be happy to yield. But
no, you're sitting in business class. You get this question.
Okay, thank you. Well, look, thank you very much. Very good regrets speech. I think that we would acknowledge the regrets you mentioned, and we're working on them in Thailand. I want to circle back to your point about the monsters. This is a transitional time, monsters. In the 1920s, from 1919 to 1939, of course, there was a thesis, a book that, in fact, when we look back, it was actually a 20 years crisis between the interwar years. So now, if you look back, maybe the last 80 years is just a kind of an interregnum before the next war. In Thailand, we are mainly Buddhists. So I think of it as kind of being born. We cannot help being born in a time that we did. So we've been born in peacetime. We're not used to wartime. If you've been born in Europe, you know very well, in 1900, you would have seen 2 world wars. So I'm thinking that maybe, and what do you think? I mean, in terms of the moving forward, the structure of the system. First, two questions really. I mean, how long we're looking at this creative destruction before we reach a new kind of normal. How long do you think? I mean, already it's been some years. And then with the structure that we have, this kind of anarchical in nature, how can we resurrect, revitalize a system that now is not just dysfunctional, it's malfunctioning because of this main architect, the principal architect is upending it. Who comes in its place?
Thank you. That's an excellent and deeply philosophical question. I mean, the first point is what is the natural state of the world? Is it war? Is it peace? Is it a cyclical repetition? There is this argument that peace breeds peaceful people breed weak people make bad times make war. There are these cyclical arguments that you all know. But let me turn to your last two very specific questions, because I think we know more than we think about the potential answer. So the two questions were, how will this order die, and how will the next one be born? And who will be the midwife or the mother and the father, so to say? I am afraid we all know how this order is going to die. It will just fizzle out. It will become progressively less effective, less efficient, less supportive. We will look at bilaterals and regional agreements rather than global agreements. We will become less global, and hence the globe will become more fragmented, and this order that was built up, whether it was good or bad is a different question, will just fizzle out. I think that is the most realistic scenario. How will it be reborn? There are actually 8 theories, and I've only got 3 minutes and 55 seconds to go through them, but most of them are pretty simple. There is this idea of bottom-up. The people of the world will go onto the streets and will demand for some kind of world government and a new global order. Will that happen? Certainly not. I mean, you see no protests on the street, against the demise of the United Nations. It's very hard to motivate people with abstract ideas like global governance. So I think bottom-up we can pretty much exclude. Top-down, the exact opposite, is how it worked so far. Every time we had a global order, it was top-down, a few powerful countries getting together, coming up with something like the League of Nations or the Concert of Europe or the United Nations, and everyone followed. I don't see these countries that have joint interests in overcoming the current situation. I just don't see it. So I don't think top-down at the moment is feasible. Then there is this idea of a hegemonic order, one state, leading the rest. I don't see that either. Not the United States, particularly not under Trump, and not China. I don't see it. Then there is this idea of an order born out of the middle powers. I think the middle powers are about as much of a helpful concept as Global South. No one knows what it actually means. Who are these middle powers? And do they have an office? And do they have a view? And do they have a policy? No, they don't. And so this idea that the global order will be reborn from the Global South or through middle power cooperation, which is what Mark Carney said in Davos at the beginning of this year, I think those are unrealistic as well. Then, what is left? 2 possibilities are left. One is a global order being born out of regional cooperation. Organizations like ASEAN, the African Union, the European Union getting the acts together, combining forces on certain things, coalitions of the willing forming, and global governance being reborn. I think that is not totally unlikely, but I'm afraid the last option is the most likely. And you probably can all guess what it is. It's war and massive destruction and enormous human suffering, a push and pull factor leading to countries like after the Second World War, reinventing global governance. That is the most likely way global governance is going to get reborn. So it will fizzle out, and then it will probably reborn through enormous suffering and devastation. Those are, I think, the sad truth out there. And again, one can be super philosophical about that, but I've seen that I've sparked one last question, if I may.
Yes, please. One more question, please. From the gentleman.
Thank you very much. I'm Ambassador Sujal Chinoy, currently the Director General of India's largest defense and security think tank, the Institute for Defense Studies and Analyses. I think when you spoke of the order fizzling out, there is also a truism that global orders can neither be created nor dismantled very easily, except through Armageddon and wars and a lot of disaster. But my question to you is more pointed about the relationship across the pond, the transatlantic partnership. Now, you had US Vice President Vance speaking of the loss of civilizational values across Europe, a criticism of your migration policies, criticism of your policies with regard to free speech, etc. And then you had US Secretary of State Rubio also harken back to the glory of the success of the colonial past and a certain hint at reawakening that or taking pride in that. So what's your view on that?
Good to see you, sir. We should talk about our forthcoming meeting in New Delhi in a couple of weeks. We'd love to have you there. On that question, you know, I have a very strong view on the speech of Vice President Vance in Munich. I was the one who brought him on stage, and I was the one who took him down from the stage. And I believe, and people say that is a naive view, but he actually said what he said to do us a favor. He said what he said because he knew the effect. He knew that it would freak us out. He knew it would freak us into cohesion, and he knew it would freak us into more European cooperation, more burden sharing, more defense investments, and, ironically at the end, better transatlantic relations. The plan hasn't worked fully, but I think the idea wasn't all that bad. And I tell you why. This idea that Europe needs to do more for its defense has been shared on our stage since the first conference. John F. Kennedy sent a message to the first conference saying, you know, get off your bum and do some work, Europeans. J.D. Vance didn't want to give the same speech that 60 other American representatives had given before him. He went where it hurt. And the one thing that Europeans had not priced in were values. You know, we thought that, yes, Americans, sometimes they're too far right and sometimes they're too far left. Sometimes they're too cowboyish and sometimes too woke-ish. But in essence, they're like us. They share the same values. And he went right there and he told us, you don't share the same values no longer. And I think that trick, rhetorical trick, and the pain it caused at the end was very healthy for the transatlantic relationships. And if we get over the Greenland fiasco and the Canada fiasco and all the other dramas out there, I think the European nations will be better allies to the US down the road, and the transatlantic relationship will be fairer and better. But there is still a lot of work to be done.
Thank you so much to Dr. Benedict Franke for your wonderful speech indeed. And I think the conclusion from that speech is that there's no one-size-fits-all solution to the uncertainties that we are faced with at the moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving him a big round of applause and thanking him for his great speech. Thank you, sir. Please remain on the stage because we would like to invite General Songwit Numpakdi, our former Chief of Defense Forces, to present a token of appreciation to our great speaker here this morning. ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญครับท่านพลเอกทรงวิทย์หนุนภักดีครับ ก็ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆอีกครั้งนะครับ Big round of applause once again. Thank you so much. Of course, wonderful to see General Songwit again. He was really the fundamental person who actually helped drive this Thailand Security Dialogue and make it happen since 2024. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the fifth plenary session titled Building Regional and National Resilience in Era of Uncertainty. This session will provide a platform for fresh perspectives on challenges and opportunities facing the era of uncertainty today.
And our first esteemed speaker is Professor Dr. Thuchachawi Suwansawat, former President, King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lat Krabang, Thailand. Professor Thuchachawi is one of Thailand's most distinguished academic leaders, engineers, and policy experts with extensive experience spanning higher education, technology, infrastructure, public policy, and national development. He earned both his Doctor of Science in Civil and Environmental Engineering and Master of Science in Technology and Policy from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, USA. Throughout his remarkable career, Professor Thuchachawi has held numerous prestigious leadership positions, including President of King Mongkut Institute of Technology, Lat Krabang, Chairman of the Council of University Presidents of Thailand, President of the Council of Engineers Thailand, and President of the Association of Southeast Asian Institutions of Higher Learning. A visionary institution builder, he has founded several landmark initiatives including CMKL University, KMITL International Demonstration School, Eco 42 Bangkok, King Mongkut Chao Kun Thahan Hospital, and Gosen KMITL, making significant contributions to education, innovation, and national capacity building. His areas of expertise include technology and public policy, artificial intelligence, infrastructure development, urban mobility, change management, and engineering for sustainable development. He has authored more than 500 academic publications and has received numerous prestigious recognitions, including the Athenee Fellowship and the Best CEO of the Year in Technology Award.
Wow, quite a long bio. But anyway, the next person that I'd like to introduce also is Professor Dr. Era Dadan Ulma Dalhani, the National Resilience Institute of Indonesia, Universitas Trisakti in Jakarta, Indonesia. Professor Dadan Ulma Dalhani is a highly respected policy advisor, strategic thinker, and academic leader with more than 4 decades of experience in strategic policy, national resilience, and geopolitical studies. Throughout his distinguished career, he has made significant contributions to Indonesia's strategic policy development and has played a pivotal role in advancing national resilience and governance. He currently serves as senior professional expert at the National Resilience Institute of Indonesia and is widely recognized as the founder and chief architect of Indonesia's National Resilience Index, an innovative decision support framework that has strengthened evidence-based policy making at the national level. And of course, he has made significant contributions in various fields as well. His latest research and publications cover a broad range of strategic issues, including geopolitics, national resilience, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, strategic foresight, and digital transformation. And most recently, he earned a Master of Science in Artificial Intelligence with highest distinction, further reinforcing his commitment to integrating emerging technologies into strategic policy making.
And our third panelist is Professor Dr. Thitinan Pongsutirak, Senior Fellow at Institute of Security and International Studies, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. With more than 30 years of experience, his work focuses on the politics, geopolitics, and geoeconomics of Thailand, ASEAN, Southeast Asia, and the Indo-Pacific, particularly amid U.S.-China rivalry. He has held visiting positions at Johns Hopkins, Stanford, and the London School of Economics, and serves on the editorial board of the Journal of Democracy. A long-time Bangkok Post columnist, he has published more than 1,200 media articles and contributed to Project Syndicate and Nikkei Asia, while appearing regularly on BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera, and CNBC. He is also an independent expert with the ADMM Plus Cybersecurity and Information Center of Excellence. Thitinan holds degree from UC Santa Barbara and Johns Hopkins SAIS and a prize-winning PhD from the London School of Economics.
Well, Dr. Thitinan is also our regular supporter and, of course, speaker at our Thailand Security Dialogue event. And, of course, our next person that we would like to introduce to you who will help guide the talk or discussion during this panel discussion here, and she'll be our moderator here. Assistant Professor Dr. Lalita Han Wong, the lecturer at the Faculty of Social Sciences, Kasetsat University, Thailand. Assistant Professor Dr. Lalita is an assistant professor of history at Kasetsat University, specializing in Southeast Asian and African history, with particular expertise in Thailand-Myanmar relations, border affairs, and regional security. She holds her PhD in history and her Master of Arts in African and Asian history from SOAS, University of London. She currently serves as coordinator of the South, South-North, and Southeast Asia-Africa programs at the International Institute for Asian Studies, Leiden University, and heads of the Kasetsat University Africa-Asia program. She has led and contributed numerous research projects on Myanmar, ASEAN, Asia, Africa, Cold War diplomacy, and regional political and socio-economic developments. And she has also served as research advisor and policy expert for various government and academic institutions. Her current roles include board member of the Border Consortium and advisor on Myanmar border security to the Chief of Defense Forces. And her work bridges academic research, policy analysis, and regional security cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our distinguished panelists and our moderator, Dr. Lalita Han Wong, to the stage to begin this timely and important session. Please.
And also, please give a big round of applause to all our panelists on the stage as well. ขอเรียนเชิญนะครับทุกท่านครับนั่งประจำที่เลยครับ ในช่วงนี้ก็ขอเรียนเชิญอาจารย์ลลิตาเลยนะครับ
Hello. Fortunately, this is before lunch, so everybody is awake, but probably hungry. This is I was a bit amazed of my own bio when the MCs spoke to you. I never really knew myself. This session is session 5 already of this year's Thailand Security Dialogue. I would like to bring you with, I heard some of you had come to me and said, this is a very interesting and is supposed to be a very engaging panel. We have our speakers here. I was supposed to, I didn't know, I thought that I would have to give some bios of them, but let us start with the panel. This is panel 5, the 5th plenary session of Building Regional and National Resilience in an Era of Uncertainty. To be very honest with you, when every time we talk about this era, this particular age of uncertainty, I don't feel very positive at all. But this morning, I sat with some of you in this room, and I thought, actually, we do have a bit of hope. And I've heard some keywords being raised in this forum before, words like resilience, words like multipolarism, regionalism, and all these more positive and nice words. So today we have 3 speakers. They were introduced to you before. So without further ado, let me start with the very first question. All of you will be given around about 10 minutes for the 2 rounds of questions that we have. So I'll start with Ajahn Thitinan. This is a really relevant questions of, I would say, synchronization between all sectors. So how should Southeast Asian countries like ours redefine national resilience when security threats, it doesn't really matter anymore. It could be military, it could be diplomacy, it could be economic. How do we bridge the gaps between all these boundaries?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ajahn Lalita. Good morning. Let me try to speak and build on the earlier speech by Dr. Frankie. I think he made some very good points. First, I would like to thank the organizers, the Thailand Security Dialogue, the National Defense Strategic Institute, for organizing. I think that this is the NDSI-led third iteration of this security dialogue. I am a strong believer that we need something like this moving forward, and to broaden it and to make it more, even more inclusive. So I think it's a great initiative. We need something like this as a Thailand flagship on security dialogues and conversations. Earlier we heard from Dr. Frankie about his regret speech, and I think all points are relevant. I want to pick up on resilience now is a buzzword. It's nearly a household word. People talk about it all the time. Resilience. What does it mean, and what does it mean for Thailand and Thailand's regional setting, and that is Southeast Asia. I call it a neighborhood more than just a region. So resilience is an absorptive capacity, ability to withstand, to overcome, to transcend. But at the bottom most of it, resilience is about survival. It's about survival. But it's not just any survival, but it's quality survival. You don't want to survive in desperation. You want to survive with ability to come back, with some measure of prosperity, with some well-being. So it's a kind of survival. And the reason we talk about resilience so much, as we've heard earlier, the system is breaking down. And I really was struck by the end of the talk earlier. I asked a question about these transitional periods, the times of monsters. We're looking at a breakdown of the system, and what we heard, Dr. Frankie said, the new system can only come up after war and destruction. That is really sobering. So I think we have entered a era, a setting, environment of self-help. The system is not so reliable anymore. It's breaking down. The 80 years of a rules-based international system. Some people call it liberal, rules-based, liberal international order. But I likened it to a kind of a rules-based international system. That is breaking down now. And the reason it's breaking down because its main principal architect, underwriter, guarantor, United States, is balking, pulling back from its burdens, responsibilities, shirking the role that it used to play. And as a result, the system has become disrupted. So we talk a lot about disruptions, right? Because disruptions lead to, disruptions compel resilience. You have to be resilient to handle, mitigate, overcome disruptions. So for Thailand and the region, I'm just thinking that now you think about security studies, security dialogue. National security is now synonymous with economic security. Economic security is synonymous with national security. The same reason we talk about geoeconomics, we talk about geopolitics. So I see what's happening in the global system as a kind of a geostrategic contest in the geopolitical arena or battlefield, using geoeconomic weaponry and toolkit. That is what we're seeing, and this could last some years. I have many questions and issues, and I've talked and written about this, and I don't have time to go into it. But sometimes you have to think, when this started, when did it start? Because that helps to understand the duration of this transition. And I think the duration has some years to go. So for Thailand, I think we have a lot of issues, and you have to, earlier was mentioned that you have to get your house in order. So I think the main risk to Thailand, the global risk we all face, but the main risk for Thailand is domestic. It is household. So Thailand really has to get its house in order. International engagements are a function of domestic conditions. So the stronger you are at home, the more unified the more cohesive, the better the game plan that you can come up with at home, the better you will do outside, the better that Thailand will be able to absorb, handle, adapt, and become resilient and able to transcend whatever happens until we get to a new settlement. So, we had a settlement before, 80 years ago. It led to a system. Now the system is breaking down. It might take some more time before a new system comes in its place. It's not new. If you were born, I mentioned in 1900, we would be used to wartime. We're seeing wars now. But because we're born in peacetime, wars make us very uneasy. Wars make us apprehensive, anxious, nervous, and panicky, desperate. If you think back 30 years ago, it's not new in a way. Sometimes you have disruptions, but 30 years ago we had a more positive, promising disruptions of globalization. Back then, the adaptation was to capitalize on globalization, technological innovation, global economic integration. So think about 1996, let's say, 1990s, 2000s. We had technological benefits, innovation, almost a revolution. We had the email and so on. So back then, we were talking about, adaptations in a good way. How do you re-engineer? How do you capitalize on these changes? Now we're talking about adaptation in a bad way. How do you survive? So for Thailand, I just come to my end point here for this round. We have to really get the house in order to make the conditions, enabling conditions for Thailand to be able to project foreign and security policies that not only ensure survival, but can capitalize on being in this neighborhood. And for the neighborhood, for Southeast Asia, for ASEAN, autonomy is critical. ASEAN now is divided by three main issues: the Myanmar Civil War, the Thai-Cambodian border conflict, and the South China Sea. ASEAN will not go away. It remains the most valuable agency of Southeast Asian countries. So the ASEAN member states now 11. But I think that to maintain autonomy, ASEAN has to really get its house in order. And to do so, I think it has to retain its convening authority, being able to hold meetings that people come to. But beyond that, it has to address this core conflicts, core issues, the Myanmar Civil War, and I hope we'll have some time to go into that, the Thai-Cambodian border conflict and the South China Sea. And if we can do that, I think that no one wants to abandon or minimize ASEAN because it's the only neighborhood, it's the only regional vehicle that we have to work with. And in fact, I've never seen more attention in the region, in the neighborhood, on ASEAN to try to make ASEAN work despite the divisions. And I've never seen more attention from outside to try to make ASEAN work because it's something that they can deal with. And now these days, when you have regional cooperation with limitations such as ASEAN, you really have to value, you really have to think that, it's your lifeline. Thank you.
Ajahn, I do have a follow-up question for you. Because you mentioned quite a lot that now it's the age where we need to do a lot of self-help and a lot of DIY things to help ourselves, to save ourselves from lots of problems. But how would you, if you were a state, how would you reconcile national autonomy, which is something extremely important, with active international relations without sounding or feeling too far right or too right wing? Because national autonomy is sounds very conservative, right? But at the same time, people have to be friends with one another. How would you reconcile these two concepts, and how do you think that Thailand would survive?
Autonomy is not conservative at all. Autonomy is natural. What it is if you think about resilience, it's really about the autonomy to maintain, to retain your freedom of maneuver, your freedom of navigation. So really, autonomy is about the ability to maintain your self-determination. in the world of self-help. So for Thailand, I mean, there's a danger here. You asked me a follow-up question. I can answer in 3 hours. For Thailand, we have to navigate this U.S.-China rivalry, competition, conflict. We have to navigate all the technological disruptions, many challenges to overcome, much adversity to rise up to. So for Thailand, I think the autonomy, the wherewithal to maintain this autonomy in the neighborhood, outside, requires two things. First, on the home front, Thailand really has to come up with some kind of a common understanding. We have conflicts in Thailand, there's no doubt, undeniable. But we have to establish some kind of a commonality, a bottom line, a basis for going in the same direction. The realization that if we don't have a common understanding, if we don't work as a team, despite all the conflicts and divisions, we might not survive well. We're not going to die, but we might not survive well. And then to extend that into the neighborhood, Thailand alone is just a voice. Right? It has a limitation on its weight in the world. Population is now a low-growth economy. So really to have a bigger voice, more visibility, it really needs to work within the ASEAN fold, within the ASEAN vehicle. And to do so, it needs to take a more leading role. It has to play a role. And it also needs to look at the ASEAN cohesion and to reduce and minimize the ASEAN divisions. Because Thailand at home, ASEAN in the neighborhood, with this kind of frame, then we can better navigate, better find ways to maintain freedom of maneuver, freedom of navigation in the wider world.
Thank you. Speaking about this kind of security forum, we do hear a lot of buzzwords, as Ajahn mentioned. One of the words that we hear all the time is hedging, and ASEAN is a very good example where nations need to hedge, to do strategic hedging with neighboring countries like China, other countries within ASEAN, and the US as well. So let me take you to the second speaker, Pak Dadan from Indonesia. So speaking about hedging, how can ASEAN maintain this strategic autonomy and resilience without being, without antagonizing or being forced to choose between competing major powers?
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, first I would like to say thank you to the organizers who invite me for speaking in this forum. It is very important as a hedging and a rivalry and economy, etc. But before I answer your question, maybe I would like to introduce first my institution that I present. I work at National Resilience Institute in Jakarta, who has at least 3 missions. Firstly, to prepare the national leader. Secondly, to conducting the strategic assessment. And we are glad because our deputy of the strategic, Major General Ipung, come here also to join with me. Thank you, Pak Ipung. And the third is to strengthening national resilience for all of the society, to be more resilient, to have an Indonesian character, something like that. And, that I would like to say, the independent, today as we are in the independent, interdependent, it means don't have to be, it means we have to open. Yes, we have to have an autonomy, but we have also to open, collaborate with all. But the most important thing is we have to dance with our music, not dance with their music. We have to choose our partner, but we invite the rival, the big power, to sit in our table and read our menu. Not we are going to rivalry and also sitting with their table and their menu. So hedging for me, that's just simple. We have to create the autonomy for, as you are mentioned, but we have to open and collaborate. It means we have a capability, our country, our nation, but also we open to collaborate with all of them. The most important thing, we can decide, not dictated by a major power. It means ASEAN should be an architect to create the powerful economy, not following the big or the major economy. That's my opinion, ma'am.
Actually, you have a lot more minutes to go, but I'll come back to one phrase that I like very much because there are some other versions that I have heard. I like when you said about we need to dance with our music. We need to enjoy our food rather than theirs. Can you expand on this a little bit? How can we dance with our music in this extremely competitive world when superpowers are coming to us? Everybody wants to be our friends. How would you reconcile with this idea of dancing with our own music without making superpowers angry?
Okay. I think just a simple. Create it's been the interesting thing. So the people can interested to see us, interesting to see us, because we have a lot of something to collaborate with. So the most important is we have to dig all our capacity or our capability to invite all the people to our country, not just only choosing where we are going to, but we try to invite in. But for this, we have to strengthen government and also social cohesivity and trust, because the trust itself, it's making more solid in country. And we can invite the major power, and we see our capability, not we going to another and to align with. That's something I like that, man.
So would you say that this is the kind of policy that the Indonesian government is practicing now with dance with our own music, eat our own food, trying to be very friendly with everybody? Can you expand a little bit on what Indonesia has been trying to achieve in this regard?
Yes, I think it is our policy. It is not so easy, but we have to see. That's our strategic, that's our vision. It means we have to stand in our own feet, but not isolation. It means we have to open, we have something to offer, not always following another. Yes, because the collaboration, I think, one word that I mentioned before, independent in interdependent era. That's something like this.
I think when we think about Indonesia, for a historian like myself, we always talk about the spirit of Bandung, right? And you said that you live in Bandung as well.
Yeah.
We have long neglected the spirit of Bandung, actually, and I think a lot of people nowadays, they don't really know where Bandung came from. It's basically the foundation of the non-aligned movement during the 50s and 60s. And it made Indonesia one of the greatest powers, middle powers at the time, to realize and to engage with countries like emerging countries, like African countries, and so on. Do you think that we should bring the spirit of Bandung back in this era?
Yes, I try to present in my slide about what we call the spirit in Bandung in 1955. What we call we developed the bridge of all of the country, the small country, not aligned with, at that time, I think, the Western and Eastern. But we have to create, after we have some power, so every country will see our society, Asia, Africa. That spirit, until now, is become our spirit in Indonesia, not only in Bandung. Yeah, because I think Bandung at at that moment, at the time. Historically, they say Paris Pan Java, like an airline in Europe, but in Asia. Bandung is very interesting, and we collect all of the Asia, Africa, come to Bandung, and we talk about, yes, we have the most important since it's independent. Before it's dependent, independent, and interdependent. But today, independent and interdependent. But this spirit can still making a bridge to collaborate with. Now, for instance, centralistic ASEAN centralistic, So the most important thing, we have to collaborate under all of the country, and because we cannot self-sufficient without adding another country.
Okay, thank you so much for your response. That was quite something. Let me turn to Professor Suchatchawi. As a scientist yourself, actually, Pak Dadan is a scientist also. I didn't know that. I just got to know him this very morning. As a scientist, as a teacher, what do you think about this question? This is the era of course, rapid technological change and geopolitical uncertainty and challenges. How do we redesign our education and innovation systems to strengthen technological and national resilience, while we can also build a shared network of regional resilience?
Thank you very much, Professor Lelita. Actually, I'm very happy that you call me scientist and a teacher. And I tell all of you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honor general, and all the participants, that right now, scientists rule the world. And you see everywhere, right? That is the key factor of this event. You see 3 words: defense, uncertainty, right? And security. And now, I think every one of you already know that the whole world right now haven't governed or driven by only geopolitics and military power. But right now, the most powerful force is technology. I think everyone use AI, and you see how AI change your life, how AI change the business, how AI change economies. And right now, even the world, we have the new trillionaire. He is scientist. But of course, if any country can have a good scientist, can have a good technology, this country definitely rule the world. You see China, you see US, you see Japan, you see many powerful countries in European country right now. So what I try to give the answer of the question. So how Southeast Asian region survive? Thanks to the keyword of Professor Thitinan. Resilience doesn't mean that we have to give up, but we have to survive. But it's not just surviving. You have to thrive. You have growth. You have a better quality of life. That is the right question. So I have a slide. So, transition. The last keynote from Germany is a good talk. He said that right now Germany have to change. This is, we have to transition ourselves. And right now we have to build bridges, not block. And you see in this region, more than, it is about 700 million population in South Asia. Your country is the largest one. Congratulations. And you see right now we invest a lot on technology, platform, and infrastructure. All South Asia. We're not talking about the largest economy like Indonesia. We're not talking about the world-class country like Singapore. But right now, Vietnam is rising. And Thailand, of course, we have some struggle. But we still have resources. We still have talents. And we still have very solid economy. And this is Southeast Asia advantage. This is the key factor that why we can survive in this uncertainty world. Southeast Asia have to be melting pot. We have to be melting pot. I'm not talking about we have to go be friends with China, US, Russia, and all the country. It's a must. But how they come to us. Not we come to them. And you see around, we have all the talent. And we very open regions. We very open. We have the openness of the talents. If you have a meeting in this hotel, maybe after lunch, you just walk. You see a lot of people from many countries, many walks of life around here. So our region, very charming. We open for all the people. And you see the ranking is among of the top region that have high adoption of technology. The young generation and all generation, we learn AI, we love to use AIs. We use AI in our daily routine. And of course, we have a fast uptake. And the most importantly, right now, Southeast Asia, we have open policy. Sometimes we compete with each other. We want to bring all the investors from everywhere in the world come to our country. So this is our advantage. We have to be melting pot for the technology to be survive and to be richer and have a better quality of life. And talking about China and US, you see the news, you see Al Jazeera, Fox, CNN, a different angle, okay? But to survive, to thrive, and to be the melting pot, you have to bring the good of them here. Talking about China, you have scale of productions. You have all the logistics system. You can learn everything that China can make everything better and cheaper. So this is important that we have to learn and bring China here. And of course, US, if you talk with frontier research, US still the best. We have no argument about it. Still the best. You're talking about the venture capital system. It's the best. You're talking about university that open to the world. US still have very high advantage. So we have to make synergy. We have to bring the good thing about China here, the amazing thing about US here in South Asia to create our meeting ground to get the benefit from both sides. And actually in Thailand, not bad. We are among the first in Southeast Asia that we have the system like prompt pay. Everyone, probably all the residents or the population, we familiar to use prompt pay to pay for our commodities or everything. So this is a good thing that we're not far behind, and sometimes we are ahead of the regions. And I think you know, the most important, the ultimate security, the ultimate defense. What is that? Correct, Professor. Human capital. Human capital is ultimate security. That should be the keyword, the key issue of Thailand Dialogue 2026. I give you an example. Sometimes you see what's going on Actually, the people in this room probably know better than me. But the question is that, how we implement it. I give you one example that I have done. I brought #1 university in AI to Southeast Asia. Carnegie Mellon University. If you talk about AI, computer engineering, they are among the best. I graduated from MIT, but I admire them. They are the best. And the word artificial intelligence created by Herbert Simon, the professor of Carnegie Mellon during the 1950s something. So we brought Carnegie Mellon to be here in Thailand, to be the first in Southeast Asia and Asia Pacific. And you see the US flags and the Thai flag. We signed the contract that Carnegie Mellon have to be here. To be here is mean they grant the degree. We not just have pay them money and they send a professor to research. No, no way. They have to grant degree in this continent. And they did. And I think it's a son of the moderator, Semen, with a successful study in university. And right now, you are a smart boy in Carnegie Mellon already, right? Congratulations. That is that his son is amazing, the product of the university. And you see this picture. After I make Carnegie Mellon here in Thailand, I visit Tsinghua University, the top university in China. I met president and vice president. And they expect that if people come to Tsinghua to ask for help, right? Tsinghua is the best. Ask for help. But no, man. I talked to the president. Mr. President, I come to offer you scholarship that Tsinghua student, I support Tsinghua student to study in Carnegie Mellon University in Thailand. Tsinghua president shocked. He never see the small country to offer him like this. This is how we survive. And we still have pride. After I offer him his student scholarship, they take care of me very, very well. This is the way of diplomacy. And don't think that we have to be in the middle of the superpower. And we have to do whatever they ask. No. We can lead them. We have the way. And the most important things, the most important and probably very statistically diplomacy, that education, education, education. So this is what I did. So not Tsinghua University, but also Chinese Academy of Science. They build rocket. They go to the moon. But I offer them, come here to study the AI with the top university in the world. Then maybe you go to US. Maybe they kind of close the door for your student. But come to Thailand, we open the door for Chinese students. Of course, they love us, for sure.
We'll come back to the education bit and resilience in just a bit in round 2. But first of all, let me come back to Ajahn Thitinan for the first question of the second round. And that is, so how would ASEAN enhance collective resilience? Collective, that's everybody together, and regional preparedness to mitigate the impact of internal and external conflicts affecting Southeast Asia.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to say two things. First, in response to your question, Ajahn Lalita. First, I think that we have to make a very clear distinction about the world such as it is, rather than the world that we would like it to be. The world that we would like it to be an integrating world. We'd like the world to be converging. We like the world of cooperation, collaboration, coordination, not a world of conflict and division. But this is the world that we're having now, that we're seeing, that is emerging and is intensifying. So make no mistake, and I want to make this point very clear from my perch that we have the Thailand's security establishment here, NDSI, all the commanders, all the thinkers in our security system. This is an adverse world. We are being forced to choose. AI is not a melting pot. We are being forced to choose. The U.S. This week, next week, we're having final negotiations on the agreement on reciprocal tariffs, the ART. There are a number of provisions and issues and so on. But we are being forced to sign on to agreements that will keep out Chinese technology. I mean, technology is very powerful. Chinese has AI, U.S. has AI, but we are being forced to choose one AI over another AI in the supply chains, for example. So it's a very adverse world. And coming back now to the second point that I want to make in response to your question, very good question, Ajahn Lalita, resilience and national, regional should go hand in hand. I'm thinking of three things. So the first point is that we are being forced to choose not just Thailand but also ASEAN. Second is how do you choose then? How do you choose? Well, I mean, earlier we talked about getting your house in order and all of that. I think that's critical for me and Professor Dani. I think there are three issues to really bolster the resilience of ASEAN. I mentioned the Myanmar crisis, the Myanmar re-engagement, the Thai-Cambodian border conflict, and the South China Sea. If we can tackle these three issues, we could strengthen ASEAN as the agency and the voice and the visibility of Southeast Asian countries. And 11, not just 10. Thank you. So on Myanmar, we need a conditional re-engagement, not a open-ended courtship that we've seen recently. So we need to inform the Myanmar leadership that the 5-point consensus holds. The 5-point consensus is still in play. And to really re-engage, to be re-accepted, readmitted, there needs to be an inclusive dialogue in Myanmar. There needs to be, some reassurances on the Aung San Suu Kyi, political detainees, and so on. And then humanitarian assistance, cessation of violence. I mean, these are already laid out. So we need to really regroup on Myanmar and not to undermine the 5-point consensus, because if this is done, ASEAN is much weaker for it. So on Myanmar, I think to hold a line, not to cave in, to make re-engagement conditional. Second, on Thai-Cambodian border conflict. And it's, if I may just kind of make a nutshell of it, no international legal framework in exchange for practical, beneficial reality on the ground. So in short, if you go to international law, Thailand is at a disadvantage. It has been proven because of the map, because of history, a crooked map, if I may add. But on the other hand, Cambodia will need to live, or always cannot, it cannot really move its place on the map. It's sitting next to two big neighbors. It relies on these two big neighbors, especially on Thailand. So on a day-to-day, Cambodia needs Thailand. But if we go to court, we have a disadvantage. So on that basis, that's a common baseline that can be worked on, can be worked out into some kind of a lasting framework, lasting understanding, and practical solutions and way forward. On the South China Sea, I think that we have an issue in South China Sea, and this goes to the U.S.-China confrontation and conflict. And there has been deep damage now to the U.S. position and posture in Southeast Asia. Never has the U.S. been so alienated and estranged from Southeast Asia, from ASEAN. President Donald Trump, the second Trump administration, and I know we have U.S. officials in the room, with all due respect, there's a kind of a distance now, and this distance we don't want to see. We don't want to see a distance with the U.S. because that puts pressure on ASEAN to break rank, to go the China way, right? To go the China way, and we're looking at the alternative path. Maybe Japan, maybe the Global South, middle power has been mentioned. Maybe a third way of some kind. You mentioned Bandung. Bandung was the third way. Bandung was not U.S., was not the Soviet Union, was a post-colonial solidarity among the post-colonial countries. So we're still looking for a third way, Pak. We're still looking for a third way. But on South China Sea, I think we have two close ranks within ASEAN. I think that there has to be some give and take. China cannot have its way all over Southeast Asia. But China is resident superpower. It will have a way. It will have many ways, but it cannot have all the ways. And this is something we have to grapple with. So on these three issues, we're talking again about national resilience, regional resilience. For national resilience, I think it's very clear to me that Thailand has to really work on its own domestic conflict, and if it can come to some kind of an understanding, that it can go in the same direction, and that will make Thailand stronger outside. And outside, Thailand needs to rely on this the ASEAN framework for voice, for agency, for visibility, and to do so, we need to address these three main issues. The re-engagement with Myanmar has to be conditioned on steps based on a 5-point consensus. Thai-Cambodia, no international law, mutually beneficial reality on the ground, and that is the basis to build a new normal on. And on the South China Sea, we have to, I think, form some kind of a bulwark, some solidarity with the Philippines in order to send clear signals to Beijing that it cannot have all the ways. It cannot have all Chinese ways. It can have some ways, a way, but not all ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing up the Myanmar issue. If you know me, you know that this is synonymous to my life. I totally understand that resilience is a way forward. Nobody wants to be rigid as ever before because resources are limited now, and every country wants to keep the autonomy. But let me come back to the Myanmar issue once again, because we do have policymakers sitting here in this room. But what if resilience does not work with Myanmar? Let's say we just want to implement, ASEAN wants to implement the 5-point consensus as always, but in Myanmar, on the other side of the planet, the parliament in Myanmar just decided to ignore and just to say no to 5-point consensus altogether. How would you react to this lack of resilience from the Myanmar side?
I don't want to take up too much time, but let it be known that at the end of the day, this Myanmar post-bogus election Myanmar government led by Min Aung Hlaing, who was the coup maker back in 2021, it is not a legitimate government. Let us be sure about that, because the elections were not, really free and fair. It didn't have any opposition party. This goes back to the coup. It's a really kind of a delayed fait accompli, right? Delayed fait accompli. More than 100,000 people have died in Myanmar, mostly civilians, at the hands of the military regime. So make no mistake that this is a kind of a regime that we have to deal with, and also next door to Thailand. Now, what do you do if they are playing hardball, if they are intransigent, if they are recalcitrant? And, well, what you do is you have to also play hardball. You don't cave in. So if Myanmar is going to reject the 5-point consensus and to reject the ASEAN envoy, then Min Aung Hlaing should not have placed back at the ASEAN top table until something's changed. And I know that there are people thinking, if you don't re-engage Myanmar, Myanmar will go to China. Well, Myanmar is already with China. Right? On the other hand, there's also still a civil war taking place, raging in Myanmar. I think the resistance coalition to be sure, has a lot to answer for. And I think that they have to show somehow that they still can make a difference. They're still consequential. So if the civil war can show different direction, let's say it can show that the Myanmar regime is really not fully in charge of the country. A lot of territories are still under ethnic army's control. Then, we can strengthen this imperative of including other stakeholders. The resistance coalition needs to be included in an inclusive dialogue. The shots should not be called by the military regime. So, at the end of it, ASEAN now has a big conundrum with Myanmar, right? Given what has happened with the visit to Laos, visit to Bangkok, and I think this undermines ASEAN. And if ASEAN is weaker for it, it's also bad for Thailand. So I think my perspective, my call on Myanmar is to stick with ASEAN. There will be re-engagement eventually, but that has to be based on the conditions laid out in 5PC. If there's going to be brinkmanship, rejecting the 5PC, then there should be a mutual brinkmanship, reciprocal brinkmanship, rejecting the leadership at the ASEAN summits.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Pak Dadan, your second question for the second round. The first question of the second round, we now try to look forward to the positive future. And I think everybody on this panel has been talking about the third force, the third wave, or ways that we could go forward together collectively. So looking towards the next decade or so, what should be the defining principles and priorities of new regional security paradigm that can make Southeast Asia more resilient, adaptable, and strategically autonomous?
Yes, thank you. It is a very excellent question. So I would like to say we have to open, we have to collaborate as abundant spirit. It is the first principle. Why? Because in Indonesia we have a slogan, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Do you know, maybe it is, we are different, but we are united. ASEAN, we are different, but we are a big family. So we have to open each other. But the most important is to develop trust. Trust between government to the citizen, trust between government and government, nation and nation. Yes, we cannot avoid the difference, but we can create the unity. That's what the Bandung spirit say, So when, for instance, here I would like to, building of this strategy shift, we have to, I believe ASEAN should focus on 5 practical priorities. First, strengthening strategic foresight. We will have to see for the future. And we can collaborate with all of the part in the world to see the same vision for the future. Not reactive, but proactive. Because someday we cannot sleep very well because we don't know what will be happen tomorrow. Yes, but we have to create, okay, I would like to go there. For going to there, for achieving this mission, we have to see our friend. Once we have create the collaboration, the friendship. And in the same philosophy, it is just only the different country, not the different. The second, enhance digital and cyber resilience. But the most important thing, we have to mastering AI, not the robotic of AI. We have to create, we have to use AI, okay. But don't forget, AI, it is created by human. We are human, not a robot. So robot is a robot from AI, and we are master of AI. And the third is strengthen supply chain resilience. The related, for instance, okay, Thailand has a capacity and technology. Indonesia has natural resources. We have to work together to have to develop the new product, for instance, etc. And the fourth, invest in human capital. I agree. The most important is the human capital. From innovative, not rigid. We have created the new thing. We have to live with uncertainty condition. That's, I think, the principle of our life to be resilient. We have more collaborative, we have opening, etc. Not closing, not self-sufficient, just only self-sufficient, but for us only. Yes, thank you.
But if we want to get your 5 points into more concrete terms, how do you think ASEAN collectively could practice this, or to, let's say ASEAN wants to borrow your terms and your 5-point approach, how do you think ASEAN should start?
Okay.
To enhance resilience.
Yeah, to enhance the resilience, yes. I back to our principle is collaboration, openness, etc. So I would like to ask, let us work together to build not only resilient nation, but the resilient region. Sometimes we are selfish to create our resilience, but the most important thing is with environment, because we live together. We can. It means the ASEAN central. We have to be an architecture of the peace to living together. That I think the idea.
Moving on to PA, so how Southeast Asian countries could build technological resilience? I know this is a very broad question for you, but that would suit you very well, technological resilience.
Yes, but it's an amazing question. The question that must ask, because right now that I answered Professor Lilita in the first round, that if a nation excel in technology, you survive. If a nation is poor in technology and have to be interdependent of other country technology, you have no future at all right now. So come back to the question that is how the region. I'm here to talk about the region. Of course, I have an example of what I have done in the Kingdom of Thailand. But actually, I represent Southeast Asian region that I'm saying that we have to be the melting pot. And I tell you, I think the most importance of every nation is your people quality of life. And the quality of life comes from equality. And the most important equality is how to access a good and high quality education. And if we can be able to share the good education to others, I think you 100% agree with me. You will have a good friendship. Definitely. Definitely. So, show the next slide, please. This, the first super AI computers cluster in ASEAN. We bought it about 5-6 years ago. And if we buy directly, probably we have problem with U.S. government. So I asked Carnegie Mellon University to support to buy this Apex. We call Apex Goliath super AI computer. In that time, probably the fastest in Southeast Asia. And this open for public. And this is why resilience. We still have the highest technology from the superpower. And I have a joke. For people, you are AI engineer. You know that if you want to build LLM, large language models, here in Southeast Asia, it's almost impossible. You need the trillions. It's not easy. But this good story to tell we bought super technology from NVIDIA, US size, that US control who they allow to sell. And you heard that. US government in Trump administration said that if you want to sell to Chinese, you have to reduce the capability by at least 30%. But for us, they have no limitation. We bought from US. But then, very funny, we use DeepSeek to run in this system. Because only DeepSeek is open source. It's LLM. You cannot make DeepSeek here. It's super difficult. So we brought DeepSeek, Chinese super AI model, to run on US GPU. This is resilient. This is how we survive. And then the people who use this, students from around the world, from Middle East, from South Asia regions, from China, from Myanmar. I think you just talked about Myanmar. So this is the way. Because to be practical, we have to start with something. From my experience, if you want to survive, you have to survive in technology. You have to bring the best of both sides and then share to the world. That is the way you survive. And this is a good example of resilience. And this you see. Every time Jensen Huang came to Thailand, we have meeting because I am his first customer in Southeast Asia. And you see the president of Mahidol University, you see the president of the most famous university in the South, Prince Songkha University, and many is a genius that get Thai scholarship and come back to support Thai. And we found AI Engineering Institute, the first in Thailand, and we welcome all the people from Southeast Asia. That happened here. And what we did by having the support of US, support of China, and have opened all the talents all over the world, and mostly from Southeast Asia, we can decode COVID variants that probably you take days, weeks, in the milliseconds from using this AI supercomputer, APEC Goliath. And probably the first time in the world, I'm not sure, and we have a patent in USA. We use AI technology, working together with Thai surgeon in US to create this. So people who have a heart disease, cervical cancer, we can detect before it happens or at the beginning period. Save a lot of people lying in the world. So this is cooperation of many, many countries that we work together. And this also cooperation of many countries, AI for education, try to tailor-make personalization using AI technology. And you know that in our regions, not just our region, even in Thailand alone, students in Bangkok and students from the north mode and the south mode, totally different in terms of the level of education. So AI try to bring them together and lead the better quality of education. And we work together with the largest, one of the largest food beverage in Thailand, Thai Bev, to secure the good environment by use the super AI camera to bring back the bottom and reuse it again and again. And this is very interesting. We're talking about Myanmar. Actually, the border between Thailand and Myanmar, we have the people who left behind, I'm sorry. So we try to use AI to translate their dialect to any language using the super AI computer. That is the way we did, the way to be resilient, the way to bring people together. And last, you see this. So the good question, and we learned from Professor Titinan and Professor Dahani. My final 3 words: convene, connect, and care. That actually both professors are talking about. Thanks to the Thailand Armed Force, we convene people together like in this room to learn together, to share, to open. And we connect people around the world right here in the room. And we care of each other. Because our final goal, of course, we compete with each other. In Southeast Asia, we compete with each other. We would love to have a better economy than others. Of course, I'm not have an argument about competition. But we must have the same goal. We have to care of each other to survive together. That is the most important things. We have to be survive together, to be resilient together. And for myself, start with human capital.
Yeah.
Start with education, because education never kill people. We help people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a really concrete and beautiful ending for all of us. Now we have some time for a few questions. Please introduce yourself and ask your question, please. Microphone.
Very good morning. I'm Vice Marshal Srawut Maulanon. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff, NDSI. Thanks all the 4 professors for sharing your views. My question is quite simple. How do we prepare our future leaders, both in uniform and civilians outside of uniform, to be ready and to be champion in this, to be an individual who is better trained and equipped within the context of Thailand and within the broader context of ASEAN, to be able to cope with the better world of to be able to understand more about the concept of resilience, which is what we're talking about today. Thank you.
Which speaker are you directing the question to, or everybody?
It's just in short.
Okay.
If I'm to go back and tell my child or my kids, okay, this is the wise words from the professors. What are they? Thank you.
We start with Ajahn Jay first. Okay. So we accept all the questions first. Probably 1 or 2 more. At the back, please.
Good morning. สวัสดีค่ะอาจารย์ทุกท่านแล้วก็ thank you Dr. Athenee. And last night I was listening to a YouTube that's Secretary Rubio. It's an old play on 22nd July that he spoke about ASEAN will be in his word, reliable and durable partner for the next 50 years, quote and unquote. And on his speech, he mentioned about the U.S. government will strategically invest in Southeast Asia for $2.5 billion. So many things. But actually, my questions is about what should be ASEAN strategies in dealing with major economic powers such as USA, China, Russia, India, the nearby regions, regardless whether it's technology such as grid technology, LNG, civil energy like nuclear cooperation, and in other area of investments, including in Myanmar. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you introduce yourself and which organization you come from too?
Okay, my name is Wana. Currently, I'm from Global Collaboration Thailand Foundation. Thank you.
One more question. Okay, so we have two questions, very important and strategic questions too. Can we start with Ajahn Thitinan for both questions, please?
First question about leadership. I think that the very good question is a perennial, is always a relevant question about leadership. And I think the Air Vice Marshal also asked about civilian leadership, military leadership. How should they be groomed? How should they be groomed, cultivated, built, nurtured? How can we have good leadership in Thailand? I think for the military leadership, I draw a little bit of a distinction. It can be a very long answer, but I have to give you a very short answer. And the very short answer, I think for civilian leaders, we need good examples. Good examples. If I had to pin it down to one thing, set good examples, follow good examples, have good examples become the standard. We don't want bad examples. Bad examples are when leaders have no accountability, when leaders are corrupt, when leaders are misperforming or unperforming. And then for the military leadership, I think this is something that we have to think hard about. I think, in an era of more war and conflict, we will have to rely on militaries, our military and Thailand's military, and other countries will also have to look to their militaries more. So I think for the militaries, I like the cooperative frame like ADMM Plus. We need the militaries to collaborate, coordinate, cooperate. We need militaries to talk to each other, because if they don't talk to each other, they will do other things. So that kind of frame, if I may. The question about Secretary Rubio from July 22nd, so I suspect, sounds like it was the ASEAN ministerial meetings with dialogue partners. So of course, he would say something like this, that ASEAN is reliable, that ASEAN is durable, that ASEAN should last for the next 50 years or the next 60 years. ASEAN is turning 60 next year. And then your question had, at the end was about what should be the ASEAN strategy. The ASEAN strategy should be never having to choose. The ASEAN strategy should be the maintenance of internal cohesion, regional cohesion, regional solidarity, in order for ASEAN to maintain its central role in promoting, maintaining peace and security in the neighborhood, Southeast Asia, but also in the wider region of Asia, the Asian landmass, and internationally, even beyond. So the strategy should be not ever having to choose. And to go deeper, I think in order not to choose, you need options. And resilience sometimes is about options. It's options making. You make options, so you don't have to be stuck with one or the other. You want diversification, you want redundancy, you want more options than you need. For ASEAN, I think now the strategy should be not having to choose. And how to make that happen? You need to bring the major powers into a relative balance, and to ensure that they are at a relative peace. And to do so, I've been advocating, for ASEAN to maintain a three-pronged role, to be the bridge among the major powers, to be the buffer between them so they don't fight directly, and to be a bridge to promote dialogue. So that should be, I think, the ASEAN strategy, never having to choose, to maintain some kind of balance among the major powers and to make sure that they're at relative peace. At this time, after what Secretary Rubio said in July, I think we need to send signal and messages very clear to the U.S. that we need the U.S. in the region. We need the U.S. back, if you will. I mean, the Deputy Secretary of Defense was recently here, I think, as a part of in the region, as a part of a reassuring exercise to tell the region that the U.S. hasn't abandoned the region. However, when we look at the news, the U.S. is very busy now. The U.S. is very busy now in the Middle East. This Iran conflict, Middle East conflict with the Iran war within it, is really depleting the U.S. resources, is denting U.S. prestige and credibility, and is leading to views that the U.S. is just not reliable. Who want to count the U.S.? But for ASEAN, I actually think the other way, that we want the U.S. back. We don't want the U.S. to be absent or alienated, because that leaves us only with China, unless we can find a third way with Japan and others.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would like to second question. It is related with, yes, the global strategy is what we call we have to choose not to choose. It means we have to choose. Nowadays, we enter to the complex competitive. It means sometimes we compete with another country, but sometimes we have to collaborate with the same country. Yes, that is the condition. Don't be, for instance, this country is my competitive. No, sometimes in another sector. So the strategy is open the option and create what our dignity, and we have to choose, not to choose. That's the capability to be the owner of something. Yes, because today we enter to the complex competitivity. Sometimes we have competitive with Thailand, for example, but when in another side, we have to collaborate with Thailand in the same time, but the different option. That's my point of view about the global strategy that we have to implement today. Thank you.
And PA, final notes from you, please.
Thank you very much. Both questions, excellent. Probably takes a long time to answer, but I put it very short. The first excellent question from Vice Admirals is about leadership. The most important thing of these events. What we talk, what we listen. After that, we have a good lunch. Nothing happened, man. Without good leadership. If you don't have good leadership, you just enjoy the day. Nothing changed. Nothing transformed. No resilience happened. The question is that. I remind the question. The question the Vice Admiral just asked us. How to prepare the people in uniform, of course, military, defense forces, and politics, minister, all level to prime minister. I tell you, it's too late. If you want to build leadership and resilience, you have to start from childhood only. So every nation we're talking about right now, AI, resilience, open heart, share, same value. For our age, probably it's too late. We have a lot of toxic in our life. We have about prejudice, a lot of things. So start with a good education, fair education. I think it looks like a funny answer, but it's true. And it's never too late. Because right now, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it passed by quickly. So the young generation not only have to learn about the academic thing, to be a professional in different walk of life, professor, soldier, doctor, but they have to learn to see the world, to see how people live, have the sense of empathy. No need to win all the time to survive. If you win all the time, I don't think you will have a difficult life. Right? So this is education. And now, shorter. All students have to excel in mathematics. Without mathematics, if you have a child, grandchild, serious about it. If you're not excel in mathematics, your country will have no future. Seriously. And second, learn how to be empathy. That is, you have to set a good example by you in the uniform, politician or the leader, show them. That is, later on, sooner or later, the country will have a better quality of living and very peaceful. And the second question, shortly, excellent question. You mentioned about India, that we not mention a lot, but we have a distinguished guest from India, Russian. How we survive and have a good technology. You're talking about nuclear technology, space technology, air technology. I just remind about, have you have a chance to watch Indian movie, Bollywood? They have a female lady dancing around, right? Sometimes they kiss and dance away, kiss, dance away, dance away, kiss, dance away. We have to be that way. We kiss this one, we dance away. We don't walk away, we dance away. We have our pride. We kiss US, we kiss China, we kiss Russia. We be friends with everyone. We dance away. Never stand still. Dancing away. Dancing. Because if you want to survive, dance, keep dancing. And get the good thing from all of them. And I tell you, my last word here, that we're lucky to be in this region. US needs us. China needs us. India needs us. We have to think that way. So we have to be resilient with pride. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please join me for a big round of applause for all our speakers today. As Professor Suchatsavi mentioned, we're moving slowly to lunch, but before that, we have a few more panels left. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. A big round of applause once again to all our panelists. Great conversation. And we would like to ask all of you to remain on the stage because obviously next we will have a representative from the host to present you some tokens of appreciation.
To present tokens of appreciation, I would now invite General Paibun Warawan Prisha, Deputy Chief of Defense Forces of the Royal Thai Armed Forces, to the stage. Please join me in welcoming him.
Truly remarkable and quite extensive ideas and thoughts. First, Dr. Suchatsavi, Dr. A, to receive that beautiful token of appreciation, a plaque from the host of the event. Thank you, sir. And may we invite Professor Dr. Athenee from Indonesia, please. Thank you, sir. And of course, Dr. Titinan. Thank you also for your continued support for this Thailand Security Dialogue throughout these years. And of course, another great supporter, Dr. Lalita. She's been around for so many years, giving such insightful thoughts and ideas also to our conference and meetings. Thank you. And may we ask all the panelists to join General Paiboon on the center for a group picture, please. This is truly a remarkable session touching on various angles of issues from education right to the leadership that we discussed. The essential piece here, I think, is how can our voices be heard by the leadership, not only from Thailand, but also throughout the world as well. This is very essential. And a big round of applause once again. Thank you.
We would like to also thank you to all speakers and moderators for today. And another session would be more important because we're going to recap all the things that we have had these 2 days.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, because we now like to move on to our summary session, which will be led by General Sittha Mahasantana, the Commanding General of the National Defense Studies Institute. As, of course, our custom goes, it happens every year that when we conclude the Thailand Security Dialogue, we always have a representative, in this case, the Commanding General of the NDSI, to give the summary of the accounts of what had happened throughout these past days.
And after that, we were going to have a special choir performance, Top of the World. Please join me in welcoming General Sittha Mahasantana, Commanding General of the NDSI, to the stage for the summary session, please.
ครับขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับนะครับทางผู้บัญชาการสถาบันวิชาการป้องกันประเทศครับ
General Paiboon Manaprisha, Deputy Chief of Defense Forces, Royal Thai Armed Forces, General Chichanok Nuchaya, Chief of Joint Staff, Royal Thai Armed Forces, Honored guests, Honored Speaker and Moderator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be with you as we will cross the third year of our annual seminar. What began as a place to exchange ideas has now become an important annual event. This year's theme, Defense and Security in an Era of Uncertainty, built on lessons from our first seminar and connected them with today's rapidly changing security situation. This has helped us better understanding the challenge we face in the uncertain world. We were honored to launch our event yesterday morning with the address by the Minister of Defense, which is national security has no longer the responsibility of only military alone, but modern threats now including cyber attack, AI, misuse, misinformation, infrastructure disruption, and other challenges beyond traditional warfare. So Thailand must prepare before crises occur by improving decision-making, information sharing, joint exercise, cooperation among government agencies, and public trust. The country should also strengthen its self-reliance in key areas such as drone and cybersecurity, while ensuring that foreign defense purchase include technology transfer to support domestic industry and capability. At the international level, Thailand should maintain balanced relationship with all countries, avoid taking sides, and place national interests first. Modern security, therefore, depends on the ability of the government, military, private sector, and public to adopt, respond, and recover together. The special address by Dr. Surakiat yesterday before dinner seminar admitted global uncertainty, highlighted the global shift from efficiency first economy toward security first approach. National security now includes economy stability, food, energy, healthcare, digital network, and resilient supply chain. Thailand and Asians should reduce their dependence on a single supplier by diversifying trade routes and emerging sources, maintaining strategic reserve, and strengthening regional emergency mechanisms. Thailand should also move beyond competing through a low production cost and become a trusted regional hub for food, healthcare, green energy, and technological, while remaining open cooperation with all economic partners. The special address by Dr. Franke, From Strategic Uncertainty to Strategic Resilience, Leading International Security in a Changing World, emphasized that the previous international order is unlikely to return. Countries must choose resilience by reforming outdated domestic systems, reducing dependence on single supplier or major power, communicating honestly with the public, diversify international partnership, and modernizing multilateral institutions, especially for AI, governance, regional organizations such as ASEAN, the African Union, and the European Union will play a large role in shaping the emerging global order. Countries should therefore follow pragmatic and flexible politics that protect their interests, strengthening self-reliance, and support more balanced international partnership. We also have a 5 session. The first session, strategic security review from global dynamic to regional security, highlighted an increasingly fragmented and unpredictable security environment where major power level new extended across military, economy, technological, cyber, information, and supply chain domain. Thailand and ASEAN must prepare for transitional crime, asymmetric threat, and rapid technological change by strengthening their capability in AI, cyber, space, defense, and human resource. They should also diversify international partnership, deepen regional cooperation, and pursue multi-alignment to reduce dependence on any single major power, to protect national interests, preserve strategic autonomy, and maintain regional stability. The second session, responding to emerging threats, assessing security landscape and implications for Thailand and beyond. Examine how cybercrime, human trafficking, drug trafficking, transnational crime, and grey zone activity are increasingly interconnected across Southeast Asia. Criminal networks operating from scam compound in Myanmar, Cambodia, and Laos can relocate quickly and use advanced financial and technological systems to avoid detected. While Thailand is often used as a transit country to trafficking victims, effectively response must go beyond closing individual compound or arresting offender by disrupting recruitment, communication, funding, and leadership structure. This requires early detection, financial tracking, timely intelligence, hearing, and coordination action among government, security agency, financial institution, technology company, and private sector. Also, international partnership supported by mechanisms such as Thailand War Room and Shield system. The third section, the digital battlefield, the role of AI, robotic, and non-kinetic warfare, highlighted how AI, drone, robotic, and cyber capability are transforming modern warfare, including the use of low-cost systems such as kamikaze drones against expensive military assets. AI can improve battlefield awareness, data analysis, simulation, and equipment maintenance, but it also creates a cyber risk, legal uncertainty, and the possible rapid of escalation. So humans should control the rhetoric decision and reliability analog backup system must therefore be maintained. Thailand should also strengthen technological by reducing dependence on imported hardware, microchip, software, and foreign cloud service. The fourth session, next generation defense industry and sustainable military capability development, emphasize on that Thailand should move from maintained purchasing foreign equipment toward developing defense system through domestic industry. Priority area included chipboard, software, secure waveform, drone, unmanned vehicle, and robotic. Its proposed purchase and development plus model could support more than 40% local content, strengthening technological and reduce dependence on foreign systems. Achieving this requires higher research funding, predictable demand, close cooperation among military users, startup, manufacturer, and university, as well as greater acceptance of research failure. Defense procurement should therefore consider strategic rules, local maintenance capability, economic benefit, and long-term national security, rather than selecting equipment solely on the basis of lowest price. Finally, the fifth session, building regional and national resilience. Dr. Thitinan underscored that the contemporary international system is no longer reliable. A need, a fundamental shift toward resilience, defined not merely as endurance, but as quality survival. To navigate this landscape, ASEAN member states must get their house in order by prioritizing self-help, institutional coherence, and strategic autonomy. Professor Darden remarked that nations must dance to their own music without retreating into isolation, remaining open to the meaningful of external collaboration. Dr. Surachwi highlighted technology as the most powerful driven force of modern era, strengthening that building endurance, national and regional resilience fundamentally required the comprehensive redesign of education system and innovation ecosystem to cultivate technology independence and sustainable capability. In concluding, the era of uncertainty, security is no longer limited to military defense only. It included economic stability, technology, cyber threat, critical infrastructure, and resilient supply chain. Thailand and ASEAN must be strengthening self-reliance, regional cooperation, and strategic autonomy while maintaining balanced partnership with all countries. Our success will depend on how well the government, armed forces, private sector, and public can participate, change, respond to crisis, and recover together. That would be wrap up for the 2-day seminar. I think that the information shared in these 2 days has provided you a fresh perspective and useful strategic. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to thank you for your all participation in these 2 days. Thank you very much.
Such a feeling's coming over me.
There is wonder in most everything I see. Not a cloud in the sky, got the sun in my eyes, and I won't be surprised if it's a dream.
Everything I want the world to be
It's now come true as for me. And the reason is clear. It's because you are here. You're the nearest thing to heaven that I've seen. I'm on the top of the world looking down on creation, and the only explanation I can find is the love that I found ever since you've been around. Your love put me at the top of the world. Ba, 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 ba.
something in the wind has learned my name.
And it's telling me the things are not the same. And the leaves on the trees and the touch of the breeze. There's a pleasing sense of happiness for me. There is only one wish on my mind. When this day is through, I hope that I will find that tomorrow will be just the same for you and me. All I need will be mine if you are here. I'm on the top of the world looking explanation I can find. It's the love that I found ever since you've been around. Your love put me at the top of the world. I'm on the top of the world, looking down on creation, and the only explanation I can find is the love that I found ever since you've been around. Your love put me at the top of the world. Ba 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 ba.
And a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, to the one and only, the dynamics from the Voice Academy Thailand. Great performance indeed. And of course, this group performance by the youngsters here hopefully gives you the inspiration to be top of the world. And of course, we would like to express our appreciation to the Commanding General of the National Defense Studies Institute, General Sittha Mahasantana, for his summary of the past events in the Thailand Security Dialogue 2026.
And also the performance top of the world remind us that true happiness comes from love, gratitude, and seeing the world from a brighter perspective.
That's right. So, well, I mean, at the end of this event, we just hope that you go back home and think about this beautiful atmosphere, the camaraderie, the friendship that has been built upon, and some of the thoughts that our panelists and speakers have put forward to you, and something to think about. And hopefully, as somebody mentioned, I think it was Dr. Titinan mentioned about the leadership. Hopefully, the voices can be heard by our leaders throughout the globe, throughout the world. All right, so let's continue then. We'd now like to have the final segment of the program today, ladies and gentlemen. It is our great honor to welcome to the stage the representative from the Royal Thai Armed Forces, Deputy Chief of Defense Forces, General Paibun Warawan Picha, to deliver the closing speech for the Thailand Security Dialogue 2026. ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญท่านรองผู้บัญชาการฐานสูงสุดครับ
Your Excellencies, Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to announce that the Thailand Security Dialogue 2026, under the theme of Defense and Security in an Era of Uncertainty, has come to a successful and meaningful conclusion. Throughout our sessions, we have addressed the most critical challenges defining our security landscape, which are global uncertainty. Our keynote speakers made it clear that the world is changing fast. We are no longer simply preparing for the future shift. Instead, we are actively navigating them today. Regional landscape. We look at how global events impact our regional security, our economies, and our daily lives. For the digital battlefield, we discussed AI. That this morning panel, the guest speaker talked a lot about AI, robotics, and cyber warfare. Today, technology and digital security are just as important as traditional military force. In our two main sessions today, we discuss future readiness, focusing on developing modern defense industry and moving from uncertainty to strategic resilience to ensure our nations can bounce back from any crisis. This was underscored by the special address from all panelists. What we have achieved this year is not only the result of fruitful discussion, but also a demonstration of strong and lasting friendship across our region. It underscores the vital importance of cooperation and integration for sustainable peace and security, both regionally and globally. I sincerely appreciate the way we have shared knowledge, exchanged ideas, and offer perspectives, not just for today, but to guide our path into the future. I hope the arrangements for this visit have met your expectations. On behalf of the Royal Thai Armed Forces, I wish to thank all the speakers, moderators, and participants for attending and sharing your insights throughout this event. I also extend my sincere thanks to the National Defense Study Institute and the organizing staff for their tireless effort in bringing this event together. Finally, I wish everyone good health, lasting happiness, and a safe trip back to home. Thank you.
Thank you, General, for your closing remarks, marking the closing of TSD 2026. And please remain on the stage because we are going to proceed to the group photos.
Yeah, we have two sets of group photos all together, ladies and gentlemen, and we would like to now invite the Chief of Joint Staff, General Chichanok Nuchaya, together with General Sittha Mahasantana, the Commanding General of the NDSI, to the stage to join General Phaiboon for the group picture. And now, with this first picture, we would like to also invite all our panelists and speakers who have contributed so immensely during these past 2 days to join these three gentlemen on the stage as well, please. ในโอกาสนี้ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญนะครับทางผู้ที่ร่วมเสวนาและผู้พูดบรรยายปาฐกถาทั้งหลายนะครับร่วมถ่ายภาพหมู่ในโอกาสนี้ด้วยครับ
ขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ
So this will be the first picture. Oh yes, do you have anything, anyone left behind? All the speakers, please. All the speakers, the panelists, please join us on the stage. All right. Okay. Make sure that we have everyone here on the stage. All right, excellent. So, ladies and gentlemen, or gentlemen, in fact, please look at the cameras ตอนนี้ถ่ายภาพนะครับ Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, so great picture. Thank you so much for the first picture here.
Thank you, speakers and moderators, for joining us for the first group photo. And another group photo, may I invite the senior officers from the NDSI to join our generals for the group photo, please.
ครับในโอกาสนี้ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญผู้บังคับบัญชานะครับของเราจากทาง
สถาบันวิชาการป้องกันประเทศ
ใช่ครับถูกต้องเลยครับมาร่วมถ่ายภาพกับทางท่านรองผู้บัญชาการทหารสูงสุดนะครับเสนาธิการทหารแล้วก็ทางผู้บัญชาการสถาบันวิชาการป้องกันประเทศนะครับขอเรียนเชิญทางผู้แทนของเราครับ So thank you once again to all our panelists and speakers for giving those insightful and great speeches. So as I said, there will be two sets of pictures and two photographs altogether, and this will be the second set. ทุกคนมองตรงไปที่กล้องนะครับ Are you ready? พร้อมนะครับ 1, 2, 3. เยี่ยมเลยครับ And another big round of applause, please, to the great successful conclusion of the Thailand Security Dialogue 2026. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you.
And another thing that is very, very important for us is we want to hear your comments. So on the screen, you can see the QR code. Okay, so please kindly comment and do the survey for us so that we can improve our work next year. So see you in the TSD 2027. And we also would like to thank you, our sponsors, for making this TSD 2026 happen. นะคะสำหรับด้านบนนะคะก็จะเป็นตัวแบบสอบถามนะคะขอให้ทุกท่านนะคะสแกนแบบสอบถามแล้วก็ขอให้ตอบตามความเป็นจริงค่ะเพื่อที่ทางทีมงานจะได้นำไปพัฒนาต่อไปในปีหน้าค่ะ
Of course, once again, just like my co-MC mentioned, we would really appreciate if you can scan the QR code here for the survey of how we perform, how the organization of this event has been conducting. Are you happy? Are you not happy? Because this will help improve the subsequent events that we organize in the future. And also, this next slide here is all the documents and pictures and videos that you ever want from this Thailand Security Dialogue. Please take a picture of that and you can download all the pictures and the documents that you ever need from these QR codes.
ค่ะสำหรับภาพถ่ายนะคะวิดีโอแล้วก็เอกสารที่เกี่ยวข้องนะคะสามารถสแกนทาง QR code ด้านบนได้เลยนะคะถ่ายไปก่อนค่ะแล้วค่อยไปเปิดดูทีหลังก็ได้นะคะและThis is now lunchtime.
That's right. It's the end of our road here as MCs on the stage and the end of the Thailand Security Dialogue 2026. We truly appreciate your participation and of course your cooperation here. But as a reward to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, we like to treat all of you to lunch, and lunch will be served at the Raintree Cafe located in the lobby area or the lobby level. Please join us for lunch, and of course we hope that you enjoy it. And you know, as we always say, have a pleasant remaining stay in Thailand, in Bangkok, and we hope to see you again next time.
Yes, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to thank you for your participation and see you next year, TSD 2027. So right now, thank you and have a nice trip and have a nice lunchtime.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and good night. Oh, not good night. Good afternoon, rather, and have wonderful lunch. And Swadee Krap from both of us. Swadee Krap.